Late, a quiet night enveloped the settlement. Guvi Renji, an elderly man, tried to drink his guest, but he constantly refused and drank only 1 cup. But Guvi Renja was waiting for him for decades. Gem Mugug did not react to the old man's attempts to joke. His clothes were battered, all in blood. He went through a lot. When they met for the first time, both were still young. It was about 40 years ago, and a lot of water flowed since then. Now the old one, but then the young warrior came to Gfii Renja to use the great technique of regression and send him to the past. The great technique of regression is one of the greatest achievements of the GVI family, the technique that was studied for centuries and was inherited. But this technique was almost impossible to use. Renja could complete her, but he had no other choice but to abandon it. There were 5 materials that were required for this technique, but it was almost impossible to assemble them. Therefore then, 40 years ago, he told Mugek that he would conduct this technique if he collects all the materials for him. The first was a thunderous bell, the sacred artifact of the cult of the heavenly wind. The second is a sacred roasting for incense, the sacred artifact of the family of divine dragons. Then the main essence is the carp, which was 10,000 years old. And the last is the secret demonic soul of a demonic cult. And the warrior really went in search of all 5 artifacts. To get the last material, a secret demonic soul, it disappeared from the world for a long time. Renja was already thinking that the guy died in a nameless valley. But now he has returned and spent almost his whole life to get the necessary materials. He wanted to quit all this many times. He even examined the option to just kill Mr. GVI, but still stubbornly went to the goal. Renja was very young when he first met a young man, but now he turned into an old man whose hair was gray and his eyes were extinct. Now that they were really going to conduct a ritual, Renja asked why the guy was trying to return to the past. Mugak's eyes were immediately filled with rage, and he answered frighteningly that he was going to return for revenge. Renja could not understand who the guy was trying to take revenge on, even if his skills were not enough, and now he was going to return to the past. He said that he was going to take revenge on enough Mugi. All the leaders of the 3 strongest groups supporting Murim fell from his hands. The leader of the alliance Murim and the leader of the non-control alliance were killed, and the same fate befell the heavenly demon. And all this is enough for the hands of a strongest person in history. Mr. Guy tried to convince a man, because most likely even if he returned to the past, he will not be able to defeat this powerful person. But he did not abandon his plan. He was going to kill this man whatever he should. After all, the heavenly demon, who died at the hands of this man, was the father of Mr. Gem. He longs for revenge not because enough Mugi killed his father, and not even because he killed his fool. He believed that there is nothing terrible in the fact that people who gave the soul to the demon are killed. But he wanted to take revenge, because on that day, Mugi killed not only important people, he also killed servants, cooks, and even young children who were completely ignorant in any martial arts. Even small cats and dogs died. Guvi Renja was so amazed that he could not believe that Mugi was capable of this. Be that as it may, in this century he could not kill him, so he can only return to the past in order to carry out the plan. Renja was ready to help, but asked the guy about one service if the regression technique still works. The elder asked the man to find him in the past if the technique works. Renja would like Muget for no reason he would allow him to marry. Such a comic request made the guest laugh, but the man was completely serious. Therefore, the warrior restrained his laughter and promised that he would make sure that the man would live his life with a bachelor. In order to conduct the regression technique, they rose and decided to go to another room. The warrior would like them to end with this faster, because he lost his hand and one eye on his journey, and therefore experienced strong weakness, but he could still hold on. They laid out all the artifacts in front of them and prepared for the ritual. To begin with, Renja picked up a small box, holding his breath. He opened it and lay a mysterious demonic soul inside, which resembled a small, endless black hole, which radiated strong energy in all directions. He allowed her to fill the whole room with his intricate energy ribbons, and then the ritual began. Folding his hands in a prayer gesture, the elder carefully wailed something in a little-known ancient language. Other artifacts also entered the work, strengthening the demonic soul, expanding it, deforming until they formed a huge, endless portal in human growth. Renja was delighted, because he really managed to do this, although he did not count on success. Muget sat a little aside, barely withstanding the pain that pierced his whole body. Seeing what condition the man is in, the elder decided to cheat and use his technique on his own. He promised that he would return to the past and tell Mr. Jima about the impending disaster. But returning to the past is the most cherished desire of his family. It was more important for him than honor, so it would be stupid not to use it. However, at that moment when he had almost entered the portal, the man found that he could not even move. His demonic acupuncture points were sealed. At the back of him, the Mugek suddenly turned out to be, and his eyes were poured with blood. How dared to do this and almost take the opportunity to go back from a man. Of all the people, he was one of the few to whom the warrior trusted. The man grabbed his neck with his hand and imprinted his head to the floor. Reason quickly returned to Renja, and he tearfully asked for forgiveness for allowing selfishness for a moment to curb him. He knew what efforts these materials cost a man. He should not have done this, but the warrior perfectly understood what caused this behavior. He himself was an egoist. All his life he did not care about anyone other than himself, and only so he was able to collect all the materials. If he were someone else, then the warrior would immediately kill him. But since they were old acquaintances, the warrior could forgive him this moment. He put his hand on the old man's shoulder and sincerely thanked him for waiting for him all his life. The old man was so felt that the tears themselves rolled down his cheeks. He again said about how sorry he was that in the moment he succumbed to his weakness before the desired dream. Suddenly, the world around instantly froze and lost all its colors. The time around stopped abruptly. Mugak peered into a frozen acquaintance, trying to understand what had happened now. Suddenly, a voice was heard from nowhere, which announced that the man had finally passed all the trials. He turned around and saw that some wise elder had appeared in front of him. Bright sunlight emanated from him, and his feet did not contact his floor. The warrior asked who he was. Suddenly, the elder said that he is the one who can send a man to the past. A person is not destined to comprehend the logic of heaven, which means that they will not be able to independently conduct a regression technique. The true tools of this technique are not the materials themselves, but the efforts that the man put to collect them all. He went through all the trials and lived his life with one purpose, sacrificing everything that he had. The forgiveness granted to him for GVI Renja was the last test, the most difficult among everything, but the man coped easily with him. A little incredulously, he asked, since he went through all the tests, then let him go to the past. He said that he wants to return and kill the one who deserves death, and save those who should not die, and this time he would like to live his life meaningfully. Maybe he so desperately wants to return to the past, because he felt sorry for how he lived his present life, because of a strong anger at enough Mugi. He regretted all his actions in this life, from the very moment he was born. It was precisely the events that dictated to him what to do, and he did not have time to come to his senses, as his life had already come to an end. The elder said that he was curious what life this time Mugug would live. He was looking forward to his new life. After these words, he disappeared into the air as unnoticed, as appeared, and the world around was again filled with paints and came to life. The moment continued, and the guy heard that the acquaintance continues to apologize to him. On his part, it was shameless to do this, but he would like the man not to forget about the promise that Renja gave. The man did not answer him anything and hastened to say goodbye to the man. He could no longer restrain himself and confidently stepped into the portal that opened in front of him. With every step he retired deeper and deep into it, and the world around him lost his once clear outlines. The next time the guy opened his eyes, he realized that he found himself in the middle of a huge square, on which the crowd roared loudly and gromo. The guy was enough for only a few seconds to look around and realize that he really managed to return to the past. It was the beginning of a new era for him, which was felt like a deep sip of fresh air. However, his careless mood did not last long. He noticed that not far away, sitting on his throne, was the emperor, which part-time was his own father. Suddenly, some irritated man turned to the brunette, asking how long he was still going to stand out in the blue. Before him stood a tall and powerful warrior with an impressive blade, and demanded that they start their battle as soon as possible. Mugid immediately realized that he had moved on the day of the fight of a new demon. His father, the heavenly demon, said that he would not limit the choice of the next leader of the cult only to his pedigree. This caused a storm of indignation inside the cult, because it meant that anyone could become a heavenly demon if he was the strongest. The head showed that he seriously reacted to his statement, and arranged a competition between the leaders of the next generations of the cult. And the winner in a new battle with the demons will receive a chance to fight with one of the two sons of the heavenly demon. Anyone who defeats in this battle will receive one desire that the heavenly demon will fulfill. So this red-haired man was the finalist of the battle, and the opponent of the young man in the struggle for the cherished desire. Now the guy remembered that he was once truly offended by the fact that he chose him, because his decision meant that he considered him nothing more than a target, more weak than his older brother. But looking back, he also realized that he could choose for another reason. He bribed the cook in the kitchen and asked him to mix the poison-scattering energy in the younger rice. The cook did this, and, under the influence of poison, the guy could not use his energy. In the past, he lost the battle due to this dirty trick. Mugak spoke about the incident to his father, but he said nothing. He just looked at his son with his eyes, which seemed to blame him for succumbing to such a small trick. After that, the youngest committed several actions that brought him to the limit to compensate for the current position. Due to the mistakes and failures that he faced, he lost his position in the war for the inheritance. And all this began with today's defeat. Noticing that the young man plunged into some of his thoughts, the redhead tried to attract his attention to himself. He was insulted that the youngest was so calm. Then, to bring down the fervor of the elder, the guy asked his name. Although he really did not remember, the red-haired person regarded this as another manifestation of disrespect. He said that his name is Penho. This man was one of the 7 students of one of the 8 supreme demons, Dox. His teacher is a demon of a sword of bloody heavens, and he is his 5th student, Penho. Mugat turned into his father. He did not know this before, but now he was sure that even before the battle, his father knew that his son was poisoned with poison, sucking energy. He did not say anything about it because he wanted to know how his son would come out of such a problem situation. Since he still has what he learned in a past life, he should be able to defeat the HU pen in one movement without using any internal energy. But here, he cannot show his true skills. To hide this, he suddenly stated it all that he was going to fight with HU Penho, without using any internal energy. This surprised not only his enemy, but also the crowd. The audience really liked the self-confidence of the young man, and they began to joyfully chant his name. Then, in order to maintain his honor, the redhead also said that he intends to fight without using internal energy. Then the crowd subsided a bit, since it was interesting for them to look at the difference in forces. And since both enemy would not use internal energy, it can be boring to look at the battle. Such a reaction angered the enemy even more. Furious, he warned the young master to be more attentive in a battle with him. With his sword, he cut everything that came across to him in the way, not experiencing pity for the enemy. Mugug, meanwhile, was completely focused on his sensations. He felt a stranger in his young body, but hoped that it would obey him well, not going to hesitate anymore. The red-haired prepared for battle and demanded the young man to do the same. Then suddenly Mugak said that he was not even going to use the sword in the fight against the elder. So depreciating his enemy, he more and more humiliated the warrior in front of the audience. He really did not like this, and he was already ready to kill the brunette without regret. But he could not do this with the son of the leader of the cult. However, he intended to chop off his hand, so he immediately rushed to the attack. Mugat quickly realized that his body, fortunately, was able to react instantly, which means there will be no problems with controlling himself. When the enemy's blade was almost overtaking him, the guy suddenly pushed his feet from the ground, dodging, and making a breathtaking sweatshirt back. Then he confidently landed on his feet. His heart was pleasantly pounding in his chest with extraordinary power. It was nice to feel young again. The angry opponent did not stand still. Disappointed with the first failure, he instantly set about a new attack. Mugak was not at a loss and attacked him in response. I did not have time to wound him, when suddenly he received a strong blow to the elbow in the chest, which knocked out of it. And until he had time to come to his senses, he immediately felt the next powerful blow with his fist in his face. In addition to the fact that this knocked him down and forced him to lose a fighting attitude, he also had a broken nose. But the warrior did not get off so easily. Mugak lifted him to his feet and waved it again. A whole wave that crushes blows on the shoulders and chest of the opponent. He literally flew back from these attacks and was unreasonably spitting blood. Then, Mugak decided to make a final blow. Suddenly he grabbed the man by the wrist and squeezed tightly. Having jumped, he sarcastically clarified whether the redhead handed the poison to the cook to poison him with this hand. Penho did not have time to answer anything, since at the next moment, Mugat had already broken his hand in edification. Why it was impossible to use such dirty techniques in battle. This meant a crushing victory. Now his opponent could not even move, and would not continue this unequal struggle with the invulnerable young master. Now that Mugug has returned to the past, he will no longer allow strangers to influence his lives. By decree of the leader of the cult, the battle was stopped. He greeted the winners and recalled that he was ready to fulfill any of his desires. Mugat remembered that usually the winners asked his father manually a sword or a secret guide for martial arts. The crowd expected the same from him, but the guy did not want to make the luggage unnecessary to him. This time he will follow his instincts. Therefore, quite unexpectedly for everyone, the brunette smiled and said that he wanted to go with his father to hunt. He heard that in his youth the man liked to hunt, so he would like to learn this from him. The leader of the cult was in a slight confusion, but did not show in public. Therefore, majestically announced that they would go on the road tomorrow at dawn. After that, he left. Pen, managing to finally get to his feet, could not believe that when the younger one had the opportunity to ask for everything he only wanted, he made such an insignificant desire. Then Muge with a grin again asked what the name is red-haired. And Mugek mockery was so angry that the guard had to restrain the man from a fight. Now that Mugug has returned to the past, a reckless life that all these people live will no longer interest him. Pen was taken to the doctor's, and Mugek returned home to relax and prepare for tomorrow. A picturesque evening came. The guy carefully examined his young face in the mirror. He was very different from his former, but it is understandable. Mentally, the young man again returned to his original goal of return. Enough for Mugi. What can he do right now? If he finds him and kills him before he becomes strong, he can easily solve this issue. The problem is that it is difficult to find. He appeared in Jianghu as if falling from heaven. After he destroyed Muram's alliance, an unorthodox alliance and a demonic cult, he hid from the world, so there is not much information about it. Trying to find him by telling the whole world his name would be a dangerous provocation. In the end, the main task of Mugak was still to become stronger than Mugi. Carried away by his reasoning, the guy did not notice how they entered the room. A soft voice called him. It was a low, chubby woman in armor and with a radiant smile. Her name was An, and she was the bodyguard of the young man. But in the past, Muge did not know that the enormous size of a woman was explained by the martial arts she studied. She even knew the technique of petrification of the body, the ability to temporarily make her body as solid as a stone. This is a secret technique known only to certain people. However, the big drawback was that because of this technique, the human body became really large. But in the future, it was very useful to the An to protect the young master. She rushed around Mugek to block the aura of the sword, which he sent towards Mr. Different Mugi, and thanks to her self-sacrifice, he survived. Suddenly, the girl asked him why Muge looked at her so strangely, due to the fact that the guy fell into his thoughts again. He forgot about what a good voice has a girlfriend. She was ready to sacrifice her life for him, but he thought about the girl only as the next bodyguard. In this life, he will no longer perceive it for granted. He will sincerely appreciate everything that this brave girl does for him. Everyone said that before accepting the service, Lee was the greatest beauty in the world. But she, being so incredibly beautiful, suddenly flickered one day. Then the guy did not yet know that she cried a lot because she was fattened and never noticed her swollen eyes. She stopped taking care of her appearance in order to protect him, although she could become the greatest beauty in the world. As soon as Mugok could treat her so badly in a past life, he remembered how coldly he treated her. But in this life, Mugek promised himself to fix everything. It will save An from the side effects of body petrification technique. Lee, and again asked whether the young master was in order. He fell down and smiled, and the girls remarked that he was behaving strangely today, replied that he was fine. As expected from Lee An, a bodyguard who protects him every day, she noticed that Mugak had changed. The brunette headed towards the door and said that he wanted to show if something was even more strange. She asked where they were going, and the guy replied that they were going to turn the dining table to turn over. The young man, along with his bodyguard, went down to the dining room where he gathered the entire working staff. He strictly asked them why they did this, clearly hinting at their poisoning. An elderly chef incomprehensibly asked the young man to specify the question. Then the guy already directly announced the poisoning and repeated his claim towards a particular cook. He really was guilty, but he tried to deny it with all his might. Then the old man suggested that the guy could do this due to the fact that he lost the money again. This cook entered great debts due to the fact that he was addicted to gambling. He spent all the money of his parents, and even those who took his friends. That is why he decided on such a crazy act. Realizing that the young master was already known for the truth, the guy fell to his knees and began to beg for forgiveness for such a monstrous mistake. Then Mugak asked the last concrete question, and the cook confirmed that he really poisoned the food of the young master. The next moment, the sharp blade of the master flickered, and the head of the traitor flew off his shoulders. It was the greatest shame for the cook, for which Muge punished him. The old chef, like other workers, immediately knelt down and also began to beg for forgiveness for an unscrupulous colleague. The chef felt that he was obliged to bear responsibility too, because it was he who was following everything that was happening in the kitchen. But Mugek was a different opinion. Indeed, for example, his father is not responsible for all the unjust what is happening in their cult, so the old man will not be responsible for the dishonesty of his subordinate. He asked the man not to blame himself and not to say nonsense. Having finished the conversation on this, the guy headed for the exit, and finally asked the chief not to worry and prepare a young man for dinner with a crushed chicken. Lee ran after the young man. He also told the chef that he had not eaten in their dining room for a very long time, but the girl clearly remembered that Muge was here only a couple of days ago. It was funny to think about it, because for Mugak several decades had passed since that moment. The next day, at dawn, the cult leader kept his promise and met his son at the gates of the estate, ready to hit the road. The man himself did not take with him practically nothing but a weapon, so he was surprised that his son gained so many distracting trifles with him. On the back of the guy was a large, roomy backpack, full to the top. He said that he took with him only what they would need in the next few days. The heavenly demon that they would go only for one day, but Mugek hoped that his father would like to hunt, and they would be able to linger longer. My father was amused by the ambitiousness of his son, but he did not comment on this statement anymore. Immediately, they hit the road. They were met by cold, tall mountains that hid many confusing paths. Father and son silently advanced through a thick forest, rising higher and higher. Suddenly the man praised the younger, saying that he was better than his father expected. Did he notice that the brunette hid the skills that he acquired in his last life, fighting with RU Penho? To prevent misunderstandings and uncomfortable questions, the guy decided to tell him about his secret himself. On the way, he admitted to his father that he simply hid his true skills. Father himself noticed it. The son grinned and drawn an analogy, saying that he was not a cat who hisses, but a beast that we hide his claws. But then the man asked why the beast hide his claws. Mugek did not think about this. And for this reason, in the eyes of his father, the young man was still a cat. Then he asked his son how well he mastered the art of a soaring sword. The art of a soaring sword is transmitted only by the genealogy of heavenly demons. It is believed that this is extremely advanced martial art, similar to martial arts that the highest demons study. The guy proudly stated that he completely mastered this art, as a murderous light beam whistled past his head right there. He almost touched the young man and completely burned his backpack. If Muge instinctively did not turn his face away, the whole cheek could disappear from such a powerful energy shell. The father decided to check Lee's sons by this art, so he launched a shell. Otherwise, he could really hurt his son. If this happened, he would not regret the deed, since the young man would pay for his lies. But, since he dodged, then the truth took possession of the technique. Although the man remained cold enough, he nevertheless praised his son for completely mastering the technique at such a young age. They continued their way, but after a while they stopped in one clearing. Mugak asked his father to whom he studied hunting. He replied that he had learned from his older brother. This greatly struck Mugak because for the first time in his life he heard that he had an uncle. The heavenly demon explained that this was due to the fact that he killed his brother when he was at about the same age as Mugug. Suddenly, for a man, his son praised his father and said that he was well done. If the father had not done this, then Mugug would not be born into the light. Mugug knew that even his father was painful to fight his own family. He saw it many times in his past life. The stronger a person seems externally, the deeper the wounds. Then the heavenly demon simply could not find other solutions. He could not find a way to win the war for the successor without killing his own brother. Mugak ended that his father would not think that his son is able to do the same. He cannot do what his father could not do, and there is no need to do this to Mugwek, because the leader already knows what his eldest child is vicious and cruel. It would be dangerous to give power into the hands of such a person. The father was surprised at how the Mugek about his brother spoke on fests when he was not nearby. The conversation did not end anything definite, and their path continued. Soon, Mugak and his father began to climb the highest from the mountains in the district to hunt in the forest at her top. In his last life, Mugug was not married, so he actually does not imagine what it was like to have children. So he was always curious what his father felt in relation to him. The eldest and younger gems simply reached the very top. Before them opened a wonderful view of the majestic, with a note of mystery, forest. Father said that there was now their dinner in the forest, and Muge could no longer endure when they finally start to hunt. Mr. Gem told his son not to rush and to start closing his eyes, to feel that he was surrounded. The guy obeyed. When masters of martial arts try to calculate their enemy, they feel the vibrations of the surrounding air. People usually call this an energy stream of creature. Initially, Mugug felt only one flow of energy in the environment, the stream of father's energy. Then the man told his son to direct a little energy into one line. The guy launched a thin stream of energy forward, but the man ordered him to make the line thinner. The son obeyed. He seemed to unwind a skein of yarn, making the thread thinner and longer. He slowly released and directed energy, as if pulling a skein by the thread. Soon, the guy felt something stumbled upon something. Father asked what it feels like, and the guy simply determined that he came across a tall tree. Then he followed the next direction and sent the energy to study the surroundings. Making his way further, deep into the forest, he felt the energy of a wild boar. At least he thought so. The creature had hard wool and a long body. In general, it could be a bear. But his father confirmed his first guess. The heavenly demon said that at first he also could not guess the boar at such a distance. The young man smiled. In the end, he had such a body that he quickly mastered martial arts, so he will soon learn to determine correctly. The hunt was successful. So by the time when it was already dark, men caught a boar, divorced a bonfire, and prepared his meat on fire. The heavenly demon was surprised that the son had so skillfully prepared a hunting animal. Before regression, Mugak hunted wild boars for food too many times, so he already had experience. But he told his father that he had just read the instructions in the book. He prepared this dinner to win his father's location. No wonder he dragged on himself so many things all the way. The father insulted this statement a little, since he decided that Mugek wanted to hunt together only to impress his father and become a successor. But Mugek denied this guess. Even if it were so, a similar plan would not have acted on a man. Muguger knows that he can become a successor himself without the help of his father. This spoke of his great self-confidence. Then the man asked why, in fact, his son wanted to hunt with him. Mugak explained that there were two reasons. Firstly, because I wanted to learn from my father and become stronger. The heavenly demon asked with suspicion what would happen when the guy became stronger. He hastened to explain himself and say that he was not going to become more powerful to overthrow his father. The heavenly demon is still healthy and strong. It makes no sense to spend your youth on such a stupid venture. He will be satisfied if he can simply study all the martial arts of his father, and in the future, only when the time comes, replace him. He needs to quickly study the demonic art of 9 disasters and master it perfectly, and better, to rise above this level. Because even his father, who took possession of this martial art, lost enough for Mugi. He should become stronger than his father to protect him and his entire clan, all innocent people. Suddenly, his father interrupted his thoughts and asked what the second reason for such a desire to hunt. The young man blurred in a smile. He honestly admitted that he just wanted to spend some time with the senior alone. They are doing this for the first time. Father with a grin said that the guy is showing useless emotions because of which he can be killed. But Mugak did not think so. He spends time with the strongest person in the world. Everything that the man does not touch, and what occupation he does not want to master, becomes great. Each time the guy tried to remember his father, he had no memories of him. Unless those moments when he was scared by the power and grandeur of his father, he would not want the same memories in this life. But he did this far from for the sake of his father, but for his own. The night passed quite calmly and quickly. The morning came earlier, and Mugug decided that it was time to gather on the return trip. But suddenly his father stopped him. He intended to continue the hunt. Since the son went to the forest with a heavenly demon, they should at least kill the tiger before returning. Muga turned sharply to him. Father was already going into the distance somewhere, calling him behind him. The guy got to his feet and went after. A little later, they went to another spacious meadow. Father again ordered Mugek to close his eyes. The goal was on the right, 100 yards from them. This was next than from the previous booty. The heavenly demon wanted the brunette to feel the breath of wind and put his energy into it. For all the time that he studied martial arts, it had never occurred to him before to put his energy into the wind. There was no one to teach him this, but in books, they did not write about such tricks. To begin with, Mugak discharged his energy. To use this trick in a real situation, it was necessary to direct your energy to the goal as quickly as he could. He did everything clearly according to his father's instructions. However, Mugug felt his energy in the wind, but could not understand how to combine both of these factors. But quickly enough, he realized that he needed not to follow the wind or direct energy nearby, namely, tie them together. The energy flow, adjusted to the uncontrolled stream of wind, sped forward, making his way between the trunks of the trees. He felt the goal that his father told him. There was really a tiger in the forest. Mugak thought that the elder simply intimidates him. But the man was completely serious. He advised the young man not to be lazy to discharge his energy. The more energy lines he can maintain, the higher the chances of survival. The next hunt was successful, but took away the whole day from men. Closer to the night, the father showed the young man his main trump card. He watered him with his beloved wine. The guy drank, and he liked it, but I had to pretend that alcohol was still too strong for him. After the experience of a past life, this was not so, but his father should not know about it. The heavenly demon noticed that no demonic person should complain that alcohol is too strong. Then they had a discussion, based on the fact that Muget believes that having a hard heart is more important than being able to drink strong alcohol. The heavenly demon said that his son had an insufficiently tough heart. For example, he would not be able to kill his father. Mugug had to confirm, although in fact, if he had enough reasons to kill a man, he could do it. Today he is really talking to his father for the first time. How can he love this person more than his own life? Muget firmly repeated to his father that he really could not kill him. Therefore, the heavenly demon was convinced that the son was not cruel enough. In this case, he will have to learn how to drink strong wine. The next day, the father and son finally returned to the estate. Taking advantage of his free time, Mugak devoted his training. After several days of training after regression, now he can easily pour his energy into the wind. He is also able to support 3 or 4 lines from it. He did not expect his father to teach him to discharge energy in order to explore the surrounding space. It's like getting an additional life, because he will be the first to discover the enemy who is trying to attack. And if the Mugug continues to train and is able to release more than 10 energy lines at the same time, then perhaps he will be able to neutralize any secrecy techniques used by enemies. But even his father, who is much more skillful, lost to enough Mugi, because he penetrated the Pavilion of the Heavenly Demon. The Pavilion of the Heavenly Demon is a place that is carefully guarded by 3 barrier formations, 6 formations tramps, and a group of carefully selected representatives of the elite. In addition, in 8 different directions, there are 8 supreme demons and their subordinates, protecting the Heavenly Demon. In the north, there are swordsmen from the family of swords of the northern heaven. In the south, blades of the family of blades of the southern heaven. In the east, there are iron fists from the Oriental Fist faction, led by an invincible demon of fist. In the west, there are demonic sorcerers of the western illusory formation, led by a demon, abducting souls. In the northeast, there are faceless warriors who want to become evil, smiling demons. In the southeast, there are drunken swordsmen who constantly get drunk with a demonic drunkard. In the southwest, poisonous fangs live, which, along with the poisonous king, explore all kinds of poisons. And finally, crazy monks live in the northwest who go crazy from the demonic beliefs of the Buddha, misleading the world. In a past life, the young man thought that the enemy burst from the outside. However, this was not so. He later realized that external protection was never broken out. Mugugur is sure that one of the 8 supreme demons led in the man who was in the Pavilion of the Heavenly Demon. There could be several traitors, but not one was found. But it does not matter who it is, because Mugek does not apply to all 8 supreme demons as traitors. After the death of his father in a past life, none of the 8 supreme demons began to avenge. Instead, they decided to close the demonic cult. This is still an event of a distant future. So Mugug knows everything about 8 supreme demons. He knows what life they lived and what the last moments of their life were. This time he will use this knowledge and influence that can exert on these supreme demons. Having finished training, Mugek wanted to go out into the yard and slowly walking to his house. But going up to the door, he suddenly heard that some men were offended on the outside and asked her if the young master was still in the training room. They ordered her to go inside and pull her master out, showing absolutely no respect. The girl tried to deal with them on her own and in words, but then Mugek appeared behind her, who was clearly not pleased with the tone that men spoke with his bodyguard. To begin with, he was surprised at the very fact that Lee was waiting for him from training, although he told her to go about her business. But their conversation was interrupted by the rude. One of them sarcastically asked the guy, with which he suddenly began to train so hard and for several days in a row. It was a student of a warrior of bloody heaven, Yang Along. We can say that the reason why he dares to behave in this way lies exclusively in the heavenly demon. After he announced that any member of the cult could become the successor, to be the son of a heavenly demon ceased to seem something special. In fact, this incurred the ambitious desires by many a member of the cult to defeat the sons of the heavenly demon in order to achieve fame. Yang Pio and his friends came to Mugek to tell that through his fault, Penho could no longer engage in martial arts. The guy asked irritably, "And what? Is he really obliged to regret him and care for an arrogant warrior?" The men demanded that the son of a heavenly demon take responsibility for this, and apologizes to Penhu officially. Mugake knew why Yang came here, forcing him to apologize. The best student of the bloody heavenly blade was not chosen. That is why his students try to impress him, making everything possible. Ian wants to get an official apology from Mugwek, so that he can declare himself for not putting the master of the blink of bloody heaven in a bad light. Mugug told the guy that he did not think that his teacher would certainly choose Yang by his best student, only because he came here to defend their honor. An angry guy cried out that he came here not only for the sake of Penho, But Mugak did not want to listen to anything else on this topic. He believed that it was young P.O. for those who are obliged to apologize. The guy, expectedly, did not understand why he needs to apologize. Mugak said that the warrior is obliged to apologize to Li An. He was not going to endure such a rude attitude to his subordinate. Li An tried to reassure her master, but he did not think this with the guy. He took a step towards the opponent. For such gross insults, the girl Mugoki wanted John to kneel down and apologize to her. But Yang refused to kneel in front of the girl, while also calling her a fat woman again. Brunette really did not like that he again dissolves his tongue. Ian even said that he would die better than kneeling before her. That is what Mugug wanted to hear about him. It was the last drop. Since he is so categorically abandoning apologies, let him take his death for this. Therefore, the guy calmly took out his sword. Ian thought that the dark-haired woman was joking, intimidating him, or completely crazy. But he was serious. Muget gave him a choice for the last time. Either he knelt down and asks for forgiveness before, or let him fight with a young man. I could not refuse, as it would be a strong blow to his image, and his teacher would not be pleased with this outcome. Mugek did not care if they humiliated him, spit that a man was eager for revenge. But he will never allow such an appeal to his subordinate. Ian could not believe that this fat girl means so much for the young man. This awareness even made him laugh. The warrior's eyes lit up with dangerous fire, and also prepared his weapon, accepting an invitation to the battle. Friends tried to dissuade him, but he was unshakable. Since the guy was the son of a heavenly demon, Yang decided that he would not kill him. But he, like Penho's self, confidently thought that he could win in battle and chop off his hand. It just happened differently. The man's sword whistled over the head of Mugak. He easily dodged the blow. No one even managed to figure out what happened, as Muge inserted the blade of his sword directly into the enemy's throat. In just a moment, depriving him of his life. Mugak believed that only his dirty mouth was to blame for the death of a warrior, so he aimed at him. With this mouth, the warrior insulted his subordinate. The same mouth refused to ask for forgiveness, for which he paid. With one confident movement, Mugug closerly took out his sword, releasing an already lifeless body. Friends of John ran to the guy, naively hoping that he could still be alive. But death overtook him instantly. They began to threaten Mugek, to say that it would not get away with him. But the guy did not regret the deed. And he was still angry, so friends Yang should be more accurate in their expressions. Muget warned them that if they began to let untruthful gossip about this incident, he would find them, and the guys will repeat the fate of his comrade. After that, they did not experience fate anymore, raised the body of a friend, and went away. Then, frightened by Li, suddenly asked the master why he went so far for her. The guy was a little even delighted with the fact that the bodyguard continued to worry about him, although she was caused much more pain. She was afraid that the demon of the blade of bloody heaven would not close her eyes to what happened. Mugek believed that there was no guilt and that he killed the one who deserved death. It is not surprising that AN scare the consequences. In the demonic sect, there are 8 masters of martial arts with influence. They not only excellently own military techniques, but also have subordinates that even the heavenly demon is not able to ignore. The demon of the blood of bloody heaven is one of the 8 supreme demons. Mugek crippled one of his students, and the second was completely killed. But this man is unlikely to do something, because there is no benefit from this. And what will he get from this? He will only overtake criticism for the poor education of students. But Lian thought that he could create problems, because his pride would be frozen. Muget suddenly stated that their teacher, so there is no pride. He soothingly patted the girl on the shoulder and asked whatever happened, not to worry about him so much. Mugug himself, unlike the demon of the blink of bloody heaven, could get some benefit from death by Yang along. His victory over Penho and the murder of Yang will attract universal attention to the sect. If during the struggle for the inheritance they gave out points, then Muget would have just earned his first. He was already about to go into his room to rest. He heard sincere gratitude, which was a little embarrassed to him Li An. She was insanely happy that the Lord had sided with her. This was also very pleased with the guy, but in order not to lose the appearance of a strict master, he did not show this. In his soul, he was happy that he could help. He wanted Li to continue to smile, so that her life was filled with happiness. Having already changed into pajamas and prepared for bed, Mugek sat in the courtyard of the mansion on a large flat boulder, looking thoughtfully at the neighborhood. If you think about it, he was seized by a feeling of devastation after the fall of a demonic sect. Despair was so great that he did not make sense to live. He did not even want to think about how everything would have happened if he had not learned about the technique of great regression. The guy's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a whole wall of fire, which flared around him, and then a wide blade appeared next to his face. It was a demon of a blade of bloody heaven, which attacked Mugwek with an absolutely crazy look. Goosebumps ran through the guy's body. He did not think that the enemy would appear so soon. Will he be able to dodge the sword in the current position? It doesn't matter how much knowledge he has left from a past life, because his spiritual energy is still not enough. Quite unexpectedly, the man removed the sharp blade from the guy's neck and sat on the boulder right next to him. The old man smiled broadly at him, but the smile was not sincere, rather stretched. He asked the brunette why he did this. Mugak bluntly replied that he had killed his disciple for behaving like an ill-mannered nerd. The guy asked the demon if he came to fight with the youngest son of the heavenly demon to take revenge on his students. Then the man again put the blade to the guy's neck, threatening him that he could easily kill him and his head to take his head. But Mugak did not show a drop of interest. He did not think that the demon's blade could chop off his head if a man remembers the terrifying gaze of the heavenly demon. Surprisingly, it worked. Having settled the threats, the man again removed the weapon, but drew something in front of them. Mugak asked him what it was. A small cross was drawn on the ground. The man said that this is a visual image of how much the heavenly demon will be concerned. The short feature of the cross was personified by Mugwek, and the long one, an old man. Then Mugak drew another feature on a long strip. This increased the value of Mugak in the drawing. He believed that since he is the son of a heavenly demon, he would have much more strong. The demon of the bloody sky suggested checking and arguing whether the heavenly demon would kill him if he brings the man his son's head or not. Mugug, although he was worried and realized that he did not have so many chances to win, lied to them that the demon was underestimated by his father's love of the heavenly demon. However, for this reason, the man suggested checking his guesses with business. He was very angry with the failures of his students and did not want to let the young man so easily. Without losing hope to speak the enemy, the brunette said that there is no point in their dispute, because the sons of the heavenly demon are two, and the demon is one. After that, the man fused a little. He grinned and admitted that Muget would be thoughtful of his disciples, feeling that the enemy had a little relaxed, and the young man himself could exhale. He said that if a warrior's student looked like his teacher, he would have survived. Suddenly the demon became more serious. He gloomily told him that, so, a life full of misfortunes lives. Therefore, he hopes that they will never meet again. Mugak supported this idea and said that he would remember the advice of the master. Having finished the conversation on this, the old man suddenly jumped high into the sky, and a failure as suddenly as he appeared. When the man finally left, Muget was able to no longer restrain his painful hiss. He lifted the nightshirt on his side. Under the ribs, he had 2 strong bruises. They appeared due to the fact that, sitting next to the guy, the demon twice hit his hilt of the sword twice. But Muget could not show that he was painful. The demon of the bloody skies of blood looked as if everything was allowed to him, but everything was not so. The master carefully considers and makes plans. The fact that he repeated twice that he would take the heavenly demon Muguke's head meant that he really thought about it. He came to the pavilion to see Mugug. His battle with the demon student made an indelible impression on the old man, and he probably regarded Mugug's desire to hunt with his father as something unusual. He was curious to test the brunette after he killed his student. He came here to make sure if the young man would become heir. Is the demon of the blade of bloody heaven his first enemy? Later, at night, Muge trained again when he suddenly felt his father's energy. He wondered what a man was doing on the roof of the training room, so he went to find out. The heavenly demon stood on the very edge and looked thoughtfully into the distance. When he noticed the presence of his son, he suddenly immediately said that he had heard that he had killed a student of the demon of the blink of bloody heaven. The son confirmed this news and added that this young man deserved his fate. But the heavenly demon said that it was not so important whether he deserved his death or not. But it is important that the demon of the blade of bloody heaven was looking for the leader of the cult in connection with what happened. He longs for Muge to be punished. This struck the father, because the demon is not one of those who will demand this because of the death of one follower. Muguger realized that the demon of the blink of bloody heaven thus decided to check his connection with his father. He wants to see if the guy will be punished, and what it will be. Then it will become clear to him whether his father considers as a contender to the heirs. The heavenly demon had no choice, so he decided to make his son a sentence. Muget recalled that there is no reason to punish, but his father was ready to come up with them. During their hunt, Mugak asked his father to which of the supreme demons he trusts the most. It was so. Mugat was really interested in this in the forest of his father. But then the heavenly demon did not give him an answer. Now he answered him that he did not trust anyone, even the supreme demons. Among other things, Mugat mentioned that in the sect should be restored in the hierarchy and discipline. The guy said that this was due to the fact that he thinks that they lost their way from the right demonic path. It was unexpected to hear this from his son. Father asked what Mugat meant, and he replied that he thinks that the true path of the demon lies in the Vira characteristic of their sect, victory over the absolute evil. The heavenly demon froze, carefully looking at his son. Really? Mugat admitted that he does not believe that the bright fraction is the direct opposite of their sect. Their only enemy was an absolute evil. Mugug had an evil, filled with anger and meanness so much that not a single person is able to endure him. Even the demons would turn away from his appearance. The justice and nobility for which the bright faction advocates could cope with the lower evil. But Mugat does not think that they are able to cope with absolute evil. In the end, the bright fraction is prone to forgiveness, as long as the value of people for them is above all. How can they resist an atrocious evil that has lost their humanity? They are the only one in Murim that can get rid of cruel and vicious evil, becoming even more vicious. They must ensure that the great evil, with which the bright fraction does not cope, to kneel before their cult. Only then will they reach the true demonic path. If their cult does not rise to the right path of the demon, then soon they can fall. Mugat believed that they should bear their own punishment in order to survive. On this, the guy finished his monologue. He is sure that earlier his father did not think about this, and hardly anyone could speak in front of him in a similar vein. After all, Mugat himself did not know this while he was in the sect. It came to him while he endlessly wandered through the central valleys, having spent his whole life like that. However, contrary to the expectations of Mugak, his father did not soften after his monologue, but on the contrary, read the statements of his son arrogant. Mugat tiredly replied that he had nothing more to say. Then the father said that he realized why the demon of the blood of bloody heaven wanted Mugug to be punished. He saw something in the young man, and uses his father to check it. Mugug said that it seems to him that the demon was curious whether he is worthy of a candidate for the heirs. Father said that he could also see a threat to their sect in Mukha. Be that as it may, the old man is definitely sweeping the eyes of all sorts of unusuals. Suddenly the man turned around and ordered his son to follow him. It was somewhat unexpected. Where were they going to go at such a late hour? Mr. Jem brought his son to a place called Cave of Little Heaven. Mugik knows that she serves as a place where students or children of the heavenly demon pass their tests in order to get a chance to become a contender for the heirs. It's easy to enter it, but if you fail the tests, you will stay there forever. The chance of success is only 50%. Half of the pedigree of the heavenly demon disappeared there. This place is so dangerous that even the arrogant brother of Mugwek has never expressed a desire to get into him. However, in any case, Mugwek needs to go through this test if he intends to become a heavenly demon. The father of Mugak himself went to the cave when he was about the same age as his son. Mugak asked how long the man stayed there. He was gloomily replied that for 2 whole months. And this despite the fact that his father is known as the most talented master of martial arts among heavenly demons. He was the only one who needed only 2 months. The remaining heavenly demons spent on average 3 years. Therefore, the punishment of Mugak was to go to this cave without any preparation. The guy was incredibly scared and his heart was anxiously pounding in his chest. But he had no other choice. It is amazing that his father sent him there only because the demon wanted this punishment for his son. After all, he could overtake death there. Does he really care about the life of Mugwek? Or does he want the young man to become stronger and get out of there unharmed? Having gathered all his willpower into a fist, Mugak agreed to this punishment and promised that he would leave the cave even earlier than his father. He only grinned. He asked his son to at least return alive from there. It was clear from the man's face that he was no less than Mugwek about what was happening. Without wasting more time, Muge went inside, and the heavy door slammed shut behind him. Passing along the spacious corridor, which was lit by neon stones, Mugek thought that in this terrible place, such that it became a cemetery for many people. Next to him, the guy suddenly noticed a stone on which the instruction was written. Clause 1. Destroy all opponents without using an aura of a sword or its strengthening. Clause 2. If you cannot succeed in the established time, you will be given another chance in 10 days. Point 3. In case of readiness, enter the Scarlet Circle. Near the stone there were several deep, large pots. From food there were only grain balls. Since there was no need to waste time, Mugat immediately headed for the Scarlet Circle and got inside, as said in the instructions. At the same moment, many combat mannequins appeared from the ground, which were the first opponents of Mugak. There were red lines on their trunk, so everything looked like a guy should cut them on these red marks. The young man began to attack with lightning speed. He skillfully cut the bodies of mannequins exactly in the place that was indicated. They turned out to be stronger than Muga thought. Suddenly he noticed that one of the mannequins suddenly began to fall back underground, but he was not yet cut. Mugak rushed in his direction and cracked masterfully, preventing him from leaving. After that, other opponents began to go underground one by one. Mugak rushed around the hall trying to catch each of them. A tense situation arose with one mannequin. He almost went down completely. But even in this case, Mugak managed to run to him and at the last moment to demolish the enemy's head. He almost had to spend the extra 10 days in this place, and all due to the fact that he weakened vigilance for a second. Before his regression, he would not have enough skills to pass the first test. After that, a passage appeared in one of the walls, the guy leading the next task. On the stone slab, which stood at the exit from the first test, the notes of Mugak's predecessors were left. Someone wrote that he needed 9 attempts to go through a test, some 17, even more. Only the last inscription ridiculed all the previous ones, because a brief idiots were written there. Muguga realized that this was the record left by his father, and he was very amused. So he was right, but Mugak mixed that he so proudly scolded their ancestors. In the middle of the next hall, a scarlet luminous circle was again. The most different weapons were hung on the walls. If we take into account its diversity, we can conclude that in this test, they will definitely be useful to him. Clause 1 instructions. Use swords hanging on the wall to split the stone in half for 2 hours. You can use an aura of a sword or strengthen it. Clause 2. If you cannot succeed in the prescribed time, you will be given another chance in 20 days. Mugug entered the scarlet circle, and at the same moment a stone stand appeared in front of him, on which lay a perfectly smooth stone ball. He had 2 hours, but this was too much to cut just one ball in half. If he uses the aura of the sword, he will cut 100 such in the allotted time. The guy leaned closer and began to carefully examine him. Something was wrong here. Then he waved his sword and that there was strength to hit the stone ball. The blade simply crashed against him. As Muge thought, it will not work out just so to cut the stone. He took the next sword and decided that he was now using the reinforced aura of the sword and cut the stone in half. The guy put incredibly strong energy into his next blow, counting on success. But suddenly he stopped and thought that such a solution to the problem would be too simple for him. I wonder what others were doing here. The record said that it was impossible to cut the ball without using the reinforced aura of the sword. There was only one person who succeeded, but everyone considered him a clear liar. Then Mugak looked at his father's record. He said that everything that past people wrote is complete nonsense. If you cut the stone, the defeat will follow. The guy could not understand why his father wrote something so strange, if he could just offend the others, as he did in the last test. Suddenly, the young man reached that the instructions were written not to use the aura of the sword to complete the task, but you can apply it. This means that in fact there is some way to split the stone without the help of an enhanced aura. What the father said was a kind of warning that you should not use the reinforced aura of the sword, because heat is released when it is used. Then Mugug began to grab the most different weapons from the wall, and in every possible way, try to break the stone ball. However, he could not leave even a scratch on the ball. How then to cut it without using an aura? Time is running out. Should he just use the reinforced aura and go further? From this decision, Mugak was held by the fact that his father managed to pass the test without it. Suddenly, the guy dawned. He suddenly put down his weapon and closed his eyes. The guy used the method of discharge of the energy that his father taught. The guy let the flow of energy to the ball and felt something. It was a line inaccessible to the eye with ordinary vision. It was not an illusion. A barely noticeable line forms an ideal circle around him. The young man concentrated and hit the sword exactly along this line that there is strength. At the same moment, the ball suddenly scattered into 2 perfectly even halves. Surprisingly, there was something else inside the ball. A hole was made in the very middle, in which there was a pill of demonic essence. If the one who studies demonic martial arts will absorb this pill, he will receive an incredible volume of energy. If Mugek chopped the ball using an enhanced aura of the sword, then this pill would come to an end due to high temperature. This is a reward for those who use only a sword. Muget with a satisfied smile swallowed her, waiting for the action. He stopped for a while, sat on the floor and controlling his body with the help of meditation, felt how an incredible stream of energy and strength pierced his body. Now he felt that now he gained the right amount of energy, thanks to which he could easily finish the rest of the tests. In the next room, the first point of the instruction read, "Divide life and death." The second point stated that in case of failure to fulfill the assignment within the prescribed time, the participant will be given another chance in 50 days. Mugak entered the scarlet circle, and a stone stand appeared in front of him, on which all kinds of herbs were laid out. The herbs on it were medicinal and poisonous. Mugak needed to divide them into 2 correct groups. The guy was lucky because in a past life he was everywhere sought out the ingredients that were required by GVI Renja. Therefore, he is known for the varieties of all medicinal herbs and toxic plants, as well as their effects. Mugug accurately determined that only one plant was not poisonous, and took it in his hand. This turned out to be the correct answer, but in order to avoid the likelihood of ordinary guessing, he was given a second task. The guy again removed the correct answer from the stone slab. Then the plate went underground, but nothing more happened. Was it the end of the test? On the plate of passing, it was written that those who do not understand herbs had to try each in order to determine the excess. Mugat was glad that neither he nor his father had to take this risk. It was still impossible to guess, and his father in his message also wrote about this. The next test was the last. The instruction read, "You must survive in the illusory trap of life and death. If the death in the illusion overtakes you, you will die in reality." All reviews said that this test is terrible, complex, and frightening. Even the father of Mugak in his message advised everyone who goes through not to relax. Mugak confidently stepped into the last scarlet circle. At this moment, everything that surrounded him began to slowly dissolve in the air and change. When the immersion in the illusion ended, the young man was in the middle of a huge desert. He was surprised that everything around looked so real. Even the sensations from touching sand and other elements were felt very believable. It is unthinkable that there is something that is like recreating such realistic things. As soon as Mugek was thinking about it for a moment, a whole army of hungry walking dead appeared around him. Let these are illusions, but for Mugak they were felt absolutely real. Even their desire to kill him was not felt at all as an ordinary part of the task. However, Mugek was not even scared by such a terrible danger. On the contrary, he saw in this whole situation an excellent opportunity. The dead, as if on command, immediately attacked him, controlled only by anger and the desire of blood. But the talented young master skillfully dodged every blow that these entities tried to inflict him. And right at the time of evasion, he managed to cut the opponent's heads with his sword. Not a single enemy could hide from his deadly blade. To avoid a mass attack on himself, Mugek was not afraid to use somersaults and jumps, towering over dangerous but incomprehensible enemies. Since Mugug did not deal with people, he could fight with all this undead without hesitation. One by one, he stunned opponents with lightning speed. Thanks to the demonic essence pill, Mugek is able to freely use his spiritual energy. Behind one wave of monsters immediately in the desert appeared as follows. They all at the same time pounced on a poor swordsman, but with the help of the technique that his father taught him, Mugak could track the movement of every dead man in this huge illusory army. The blade of the young man soared so rapidly in the air that they did not even have time to react to him in any way. All of them fell from this sword, and this did not even take so much time from the guy. On a spacious plain, only the miserable stumps of their bodies remained to wallow. The young man did not lose his vigilance and expected that the test would not end so easily. But the fog, formed due to the sand dust, which they raised during the battle, began to slowly dissolve, and new opponents never appeared. But since the illusion did not disappear, Muga realized that this was not the end, and soon the next wave of semi-aged monsters attacked him. The energy emanating from the new army was an order of magnitude more powerful. Then, Mogek became really difficult to cope with his enemies. He barely had time to dodge the arrows, which constantly strove to fly into his head. And as soon as he managed to evade the arrow, he immediately had to dodge the enemy swords. The further you go through the test, the stronger the enemies. That is why the father in his message warned the passing not to relax. This was the first real battle of Mugak after regression, and with every moment it became more and more complicated. Continuing to fight, constantly risking his life, he had to hope for his knowledge from a past life. They were woven into his current body, becoming one. Despite how the guy was close to failure, he was not going to give up. A bunch of weapons was heading in his direction every second, and even sharp daggers flew from the air. But the guy successfully beat each shell with his sword, quickly spinning it over his head. The shells that he repelled ricocheted and flew back into the walking dead. Sharp blades torn their jaws and other parts of the body, after which they fell lifelessly to the ground. Soon, there was only one thug that survived from all this large army. Mugek cut him in half, and was glad that the test ended on this, since he had already sweated from how intense and exhausting the battle came out. At the exit, a welcome inscription was waiting for him. He wanted the force acquired by young men to serve for the good and prosperity of the sect of heavenly demons. All tests were behind. Mugug was proud that he needed no more than a day while his father was a whole month. But if they find out about this in the sect, then outrage will arise. If Muga returns so soon, then his achievements will be more likely to be in doubt than praises. Therefore, the guy decided to stay in the cave for some time for training. He needs to completely master the acquired knowledge. It was because of this that the young man returned home to his father only 100 days later. The guy lied to his father, saying that he had made every effort, but he could not conquer his father's achievement. Then the father asked if the young man cut the ball correctly. He replied that yes, as he followed his hints. In the illusory trap, he also listened to the advice of his father and did not take a breath. Then, for a short moment, his father even smiled. Maybe this only seemed to Muguk, but he was glad that he was able to live up to his father's expectations. The man admitted that the guy has even a grain of mind. He proudly said that this is so, because he is the son of a great heavenly demon. Before regression, it seemed to the guy that his father liked to shake in the deadly struggle of his children in order to find the heir, but now Mugak understood him. The father was one of those who are ready to endure the death of his child, if it was for the good of the sect. But receiving pleasure from their battles is not about him. Suddenly, someone else went into the hall and also praised the young master for the successful passage of the Cave of Small Heaven. This was the second person in the sect, one of the few to whom the father had at least a drop of trust. It was the senior advisor, the Magang herself. The young man bowed to the eldest in welcoming. The man said that he was glad that he was able to find a young man here, since he had a case regarding the sect that he wanted to discuss with the young master. Surprisingly, Mugek seemed to be the reaction of his father, that he also wishes it. Magang herself said that recently they received an anonymous letter. It mentions the corruption of the demonic army. Is the demon of the bloody skies of the bloody heaven again in this event? The demonic army is one of their combat units, and its leader is the brother of the demon of the blink of bloody heaven. In the Green Year, the sect had already received a similar letter and conducted an appropriate investigation, but it ended with a tragic outcome. An officer engaged in this case was killed, and he was killed by a demonic army. But the man who committed a crime, after that, also died. So this time the right hand of the leader of the sect would like the young man to engage in this investigation personally. Mugug knew that it was dangerous. Anyone who will be convicted of complicity and corruption will be comprehended. However, everyone who dares to be involved in this crime will go out of the skin in order to cover the traces. Even if the officer is the son of a heavenly demon, they will not stand on ceremony. For the sake of this mission, it is necessary to put their lives on a con, and therefore such a dangerous and responsible task. They decided to entrust Mugek. The guy realized that perhaps this is another test from his father. The man reminded him that his son himself declared him the need to control. The guy replied that this was if he became a heavenly demon. But if Mugek refuses the task, then in this way he could demonstrate his cowardice. Since everything was wrapped in this way, then he had no other choice but to agree. So the guy told his father that he was ready to take up this dangerous mission. He had no idea what his father was planning, but he was ready to perform. Suddenly, Mugek said that in case his days were numbered, he would like to drink with his father. The leader, who was about to leave, suddenly froze. Mugak whispered to the Mayang herself that although his father externally behaves cruelly, but in fact they are far from indifferent to him. And the man noticed that everything looked exactly the opposite. Be that as it may, the next day the guy went to complete the assignment. There, the guy was met by an officer in special investigations, the Fee Darren from the Nirvana Pavilion. Mugek was surprised because he asked him to send the most beautiful woman from the pavilion to his partners. The guy was bored of laughing, which, apparently, according to the senior advisor, he fits this criterion. Not wanting to focus on this, Mugek said that then they could begin to work. And they are nominated right now. Along the way, the son of the leader of the cult asked his partner to tell what person the commander of the demonic army is. He said that his name is Gu Chonyan. He is the younger brother of Dox, the demon of the blade of bloody heaven. The army under his command is already the 8th year. While the demonic army took up various dangerous tasks, it managed to achieve universal recognition in the status of the elite. Mugak concluded that they cope well with their tasks. Suddenly Mugak stopped and turned into his companion. He asked the guy, does he not intend to investigate the corruption of the demonic army with him? The young man replied that he intended. But Mugak was worried that the appearance and manner of the Feo Darren did not correspond to the situation. He did not feel enthusiasm from him. The red-haired said that this was because he thinks that the disclosure of corruption would not lead to anything. By this he hinted that changes in the sect are possible only after the change of main cones. Mugak thought that the guy was simply afraid to take up this business, but that was not so. The brunette even delighted. It is good that the young man is not afraid, even though the last officer was killed. However, the young man said that, it turns out, the last officer for special investigations was also his boss, as well as the person who taught him everything. At the entrance to the pavilion of the demonic army stood two broad-shouldered guards who controlled the main gates of the estate. The FEO Darren introduced himself to him, and said that he had a business to the commander of the demonic army. Mugak has amused it. The young man looked bold enough, which looked surprising, with his fragile physique. The guards did not want to let them inward, as this was possible only with the resolution of higher ones. Then Darren rummaged in the papers and showed them an order to investigate the highest officials. The guards asked them to wait in the courtyard, since they needed to report on the visit to the authorities, but the SEO did not want to wait. He was extremely outraged by the fact that the guards intend to impede the investigation if there was an appropriate order. But since the officers were on the territory of the demonic army, they had to follow their rules. Darren has already begun to boil slowly. How did they dare to behave so arrogantly and carelessly? They even said that everything that the redhead says is complete nonsense, and the only thing he could poke his title, although otherwise is a complete insignificance. Then, noticing that the assistant is in a difficult situation, Mugak decided to intervene. He asked the guards if they knew who he was. They knew. How? Do not know the son of the leader of their cult. But Mugak did not understand then how, knowing his personality, they allowed themselves to talk to them like that. The guy did not lead an eyebrow when he went to the guards and with all his might hit both of them with his fist in his stomach. An unexpected blow knocked out of them the whole spirit. So much so that even the faces turned red. The men bent in half, falling to the ground. Now no one prevented them from going through, and Muge called his partner, going inside. However, the following nuisance awaited them inside. The participants in the demonic army did not give them further to go further, which were in the pavilion. The FEO again showed his permission, threatening them with the fact that he could put them in prison if they continue to block the path of an official investigation. Suddenly, among the crowd, the highest and, apparently, a strong warrior of the army appeared. He asked where these guys came from, that they had such a commotion. Darren introduced himself as an officer in special investigations, and asked the man to introduce himself in response. It was Go Dang, the captain of the first corps of the demonic army. This is the second old man in this place. He found fame thanks to his brutal acts even among the demonic army. The man asked why it was suddenly a red-haired one, and came closer to them. Darren recalled that he was an officer, that he arrived on an official investigation. So let the captain follow his speech. And if he does not obey, then all of them will be arrested for an obstacle to the investigation and insulting an official in execution. A wave of mocking laughter swept through the hall. No one perceived the frail officer seriously. They even wanted to see how this guy could arrest them. Like the last time, noticing a tense atmosphere, Mugak decided to intervene in the conversation. He stepped forward and greeted Captain Go. They had not seen each other for a long time, the last time it seemed at the past feast. Mugak held out his hand for a welcome handshake, but when the captain held out his palm on him, he squeezed it with such force that the formidable man shuddered already. He did not expect that a guy could be so strong, perhaps even stronger than him, because the cold ran along his back and his face sparkled in pain. Mugug said that they had a business commander, so he proposed to finish with mockery and leave the road. Otherwise, the captain could lose his hands. But Captain Go did not want to give up so easy. There are individuals who do not understand anything, hoping that a noble origin will save them from a spreading sword. Mugak asked if the man was sure that he could operate with this sword with only one hand. The captain accepted his call and wanted to check which of them two would be stronger. However, Mugak had no time. He walked past the army, leaving an officer behind himself, and finally promised that the next time he would certainly treat the captain with a drink. When they went far enough, the redhead asked the partner, how did he know Ganga? Mugak replied that he saw him today for the first time in his life, and the captain retreated due to the fact that Mugak deliberately broke his hand when he shook her. Thanks to this, they were able to go further and headed right to the head of the army. The commander's office was on the 7th floor, so they leaned down the high stairs. However, there was a guard at the office input. They said the guys would be able to see the commander only by preliminary recording. Mugak sighed heavily. And how are they not yet tired of scaring all visitors to the same phrase? The guy ordered the guards to leave the road as they conducted an official investigation. Trying to stop the official in the performance, they directly interfered with the very leader of the sect. Seeing the order, the confidence of the guards staggered a little. Mugug said that they, of course, can continue to look down on them, but they do not dare to treat the order just as spent. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard from the office that ordered the guards to let the young master inside. It was the captain of the demonic army. He greeted a young master with a sly smile. He apologized for treating his officers not very politely, but at the same time, a drop of remorse was not heard in his voice. Mugat carefully looked at Gu Chonyan. He felt an incredible level of force emanating from the usual captain's body. This energy even forced the SEO of Doran to tremble. Mugat sarcastically noted that the demonic army seemed to have quite a lot of free time, since everyone tried to get into a fight with him, and he advised them to better take himself to read at least a couple of books. And the commander with a grin quoted a saying, which states that the ignoramuses are brave. However, Mugat is sure that courage in their time consists in knowledge. Thanks to them, you can develop a strategy and build an action plan. The man smiled again. He was amused that the son of the leader of the cult grew up and became wiser. He asked why the investigation was entrusted to the young man. Muga replied that this was the punishment from his father, allegedly for making a mistake while they were hunting together. Although it was a lie, Gu Chonyan believed, and this version has amused him. Muguga realized that the army apparently broke her head, reflecting on his presence in the investigation. Therefore, it was not worth revealing the whole truth. The man asked if it was true that the Pavilion of the Heavenly Demon began the investigation again due to an anonymous letter. Darren wanted to say that they could not disclose such information, but Mugak confidently replied that yes. This was very contrary to the officer's code. He did not understand what tactics Mugat was going to use. Gu Chonyan knew that the matter was in a letter. Being as the head of the demonic army, consisting entirely of ignorant and cheeky warriors, he is forced to become a victim of all kinds of slander. Mugat promised that they would complete the investigation as soon as possible. Therefore, he apologized in advance for the inconvenience. But the head said that you should not apologize. It seemed to him that he and the youngest son of the head of the cult were in a warmer relationship. Mugat could not say this. After all, the brother of the head of the army is a demon of the blade of bloody heaven, supported his older brother. However, Gu Chonyan said that he and his brother are completely different people, and he himself supports Mugwek and the heavenly demon. This pleased the young man, so he hoped for cooperation with the head within the next few days. The chapter shared his joy. He said that he would prepare for the officers a place where they can stop for the night. However, when Muge was about to leave, the chapter warned him about something else. He asked the guy to be more careful here. He was worried about him. Mugak asked if a man hinted at this warning to kill the last officer. The head smiled falsely again and said that this was not so. The heavenly demon would not have sent his son to death. Gu Chonyan assured that this was ordinary anxiety. After that, Mugek took apart, and he and the officer left the hall. But the atmosphere between them and the head became incredibly tense. The head of the army had hidden motives, and Mugek understood this. All his hospitality and concern are just a performance, pretense. It seems like the true reason for the sending of Mugak was his intention to make sure that one of them was finding his death here. In the evening, the assistant to the head of the cult reported to the man about everything that happened to his son for today. That evening, Mr. Jem told his deputy that his son had expressed his opinion that they had lost on the demonic path. Did this mean that the man sent his son to such a dangerous place only because he said something similar to the heavenly demon? However, the real reason was that the heavenly demon wanted his son to prove his loud statements with actions and not just in words. The next day, the officers hung a dead raven at the entrance to the pavilion. Everyone believed that this bust, and Mugwek was annoyed that those who also treated him also screamed loudly and wanted to leave the officers at the entrance. They believed that everything was allowed to them, but did not suffer the same attitude towards themselves in response. The commander of the 3rd Corps of the demonic army decided to take the initiative and to speak out in the entire army. His name was Yang Ho, and he was not in the Nemno than the rest. The presence of strangers on their territory was outraged. The FEO quietly told Mugek that among all the commanders of the Yang Ho Corps, there were no equal in martial arts. In addition, he is hot-tempered. But Mugek did not retreat, but on the contrary, he resolutely got involved in an increasing argument. The commander asked the guy what they achieve, hanging on the show of a dead raven. Mugak said that someone from the demonic army threw it on his bed, so he allegedly decided that it was in the spirit of the traditions of the army. The commander said that instead of such a trick, it was better to simply punish the offender. The young master agreed and said that in this case he would begin with Young Ho. The man did not immediately understand what was at stake. Therefore, Mugak specified that he is talking about the investigation. This, expected, made the man immediately strain. Mugak demanded that he be provided with all the records of the Commander Yang, everything related to finances and its movements. However, the commander believed that even to him as an officer, it was not allowed to educate this in relation to him. The warrior came closer to the bold young man and stomped menacingly. This did not make any impression on Mugwek. He said that Yang was allowed to be indignant, but he had no right to impede the investigation, otherwise he would be accused of treason. This greatly tied the hands of a displeased man, so the soldiers of his army began to persuade the commander to leave these officers alone. Mugak again said that he intends to start an investigation with the commander, that is, Young Ho. Realizing that it is pointless to argue, the commander had to agree to conduct an audit. To do this, they retired to a separate room, where they sat down at the table and began to disassemble the presented entries about the commander. However, Mugat was dissatisfied with the fact that Young Ho joined the process and acted on his nerves. The commander believed that he had every right to do so, but most of all, Mugwek was not even indignant at that. It turns out he just knew that it was Young Ho who sent something anonymous letter. At this moment, not only the commander was surprised, but also the FEE. How did Muguk know such information? Has anyone told him about this, or is it his own conclusions? Young Ho also pretended not to understand what the brunette was talking about, but I quickly realized that it makes no sense to lie, so I admitted that it was. But he was interested in how Muge came to this conclusion. Mugak explained that Young got involved in the incident yesterday, although it did not concern him. He did this to avoid suspicions from the commander of the demonic army. In addition, members of the third building are most controlled. When Muge hung a raven, only from the subordinates, Yang was neither laughter nor a battle. And just a couple of minutes ago, the subordinates of Mr. Ho, out of concern about the commander, tried to stop him. The conclusion suggested itself, based on the behavior of the commander. A person who guides the detachment in this way could not help but notice the corruption of the organization, part of which he himself is. But the basis for the assumption of Mugek was not only that. He did not voice the next reason, but at the moment when Muget he heard from the FEE Deren the words that the commander was quick, tempered, memories from a past life surfaced in his head. He recalled the incident in which the strongest commander from all corps of the demonic army died. Probably he suffered such a thing to take into account due to sending an anonymous letter about what was happening in the army. Young said that he did not describe in a letter to the exact details, because he doubted that the letter would receive a proper response. It was even difficult to assume that the son of a heavenly demon himself would take up the investigation. Mugak asked what the commander decided when he heard the news. Young Ho is very sorry, but he decided that the son of a heavenly demon will be in danger. Mugat was even surprised that the man was so honest with him. Is it in fashion for youth now? The SEO only boredly reminded that this is what Mugek was younger than them. In any case, the guy wanted to know more details what is happening inside the army. Young Wanted said that the commander uses the army for his personal purposes. He does not disdain to take orders for the murder and forces his subordinates to fulfill them. Mugak thought that only one of the groups bribed the commander, but this kind of discovery went beyond his ideas. The freedom of movement of martial arts masters is already a serious problem for the army. And now they use this for personal enrichment. But how is it possible? Mugat suggested that, if we proceed from the number of people in the demonic army, then, probably, it is the first corps that is engaged in this. I was surprised why the guy made just such a conclusion. He replied that he similarly, as he learned about the role of Young Ho, seeing the reaction of the third corps. The first to stop the officers were members of the first corps, and they were most sprayed with saliva at the sight of a corpse of a raven. After that, Young Wanted said that the martial art master, who killed the previous investigator, and then deprived his life and himself, was a friend of Yang. And he was a man who was the first to send an anonymous letter. Mugak asked how close the warriors were. Young and that warrior joined the sect at the same time. He was almost like a family member for the commander. Young believes that he was killed by Go Dang, commander of the First Corps, by order of the commander of the demonic army. If the words Young Ho are true, then this is a case of corruption of a serious scale. They even got to the point that they killed the investigator. It is interesting whether the father of Mugak is really, and the Magang herself was not aware of what was happening. The guy is sure that they began to suspect something, so they sent him here. Father again arranged an audit, because he wants to see if he had the strength to resolve this situation, despite the fact that the commander of the demonic army is opposed to him. Mugak decided to finish the dialogue and said that the murdered warrior was a good friend. Young agreed, he really was like that. What cannot be said about the commander himself? because he should have done something after the death of a comrade. But Mugak did not think that Mr. Ho should blame himself. On the contrary, he thanked the commander for his courage. At that moment, the man could not stand it. Bitter tears rolled along his cheeks, which he so restrained too long. Today, Mugak gave the hope of returning to a true demonic path. In his view, the sect of the Heavenly Demon should become the place where people like Yang are endowed with a significant role. In his past life, Yang Ho was killed, but in this he will not allow this death, because the purpose of his regression is to save people who should not die. Having finished the interrogation, Mugug and Emo Darren went out into the courtyard to take a breath. Suddenly, the red-haired said that Muget did not correspond to the rumors who go about him in the cult. For example, there is an opinion that a guy does not fit the role of a heavenly demon. The officer immediately apologized for talking about this. But Mugug, on the contrary, calculated it as a compliment. In his opinion, being like a heavenly demon is not the best praise. And their sect is now led by fear, and Mugak believed that it was time to change it. Their sect should change. If this does not happen, then the Gem family will be exterminated, and the sect will fall. The next day, one of the servants came running to Mugek and suddenly began to scream, say that they had big problems. The guy immediately threw all the things and followed the frightened servant. He brought him to a spacious hall. The demonic army, without remorse, attacked and beaten the servants of the pavilion of the heavenly demon. Among the victims was the Emo Darren. Mugug first turned to him and asked how he feels. The guy was beaten, but the pain was tolerant, but his colleague got enough. The poor young man was broken by the ribs, so Mugek ordered him to immediately take him to the infirmary. The servants did this. In the hall there was only the first detachment of the demonic army, Mugek and Dairan. It was the work of Go Dang, and he did not even deny it. Mugak asked him what the reason for the infliction of bodily injuries to the investigator from the Nirvan Pavilion. Go Dang said that this guy touched his shoulder and passed by without even apologizing, and the man believed that he only taught him a well-deserved lesson. However, Mugat was more than sure that it was the commander that provoked this situation. The man laughed. Well, since the guy still did not believe him, he will not deny that everything was true. Suddenly, Mugak interrupted the fun of the elder and told him that the first building was actually emitting poison. Mugug knew that the subordinates of Godang was poison for him, but the man not only did not understand what the young man leads to, but he also considered that he was completely nonsense. Mugek is known that Godang killed members of the cult of the Heavenly Demon in this way and last year. And 2 years ago he completely killed 3 after a brawl in the bar. All his victims were masters of low rank, so the army hesitated. Godang proudly replied that this was due to the fact that there are too many idiots in the world who did not honor the demonic army. Muget reminded the interlocutor that he, like the son of a heavenly demon, had the right to execute. The commander suddenly fell silent, realizing the situation, and then he asked relaxed, "And what?" He believed that the guy's gut is thin to do something similar, but he was very mistaken. This was the poison that Mugek spoke of. The fools behave in a similar way so as not to fall in the eyes of others. In such a situation, it should be nervous, but he restrains the subordinates. He does not even understand what path he got on. As soon as Mugek took a step towards the detachment, and they all, as one, grabbed their swords. The commander broke into a smug grin and said that contacting them is the same as going against the entire demonic army. Mugug proudly replied that he, unlike the Go, at least does not hide behind his people. Go Dung waved his broken hand and said that he was wounded because of one coward, so that Mugek was lucky that he could not fight with a young man. Then Mugek suggested holding a battle and not to use his right hands, since she was broken by a man. But in his soul, the man was afraid to join the battle, so he was hiding behind jokes and threats, in every possible way avoiding a real clash. Mugak continued to insist on his own, and the EMO completely lost the essence of the conversation. What does the brunette achieve? Provoking the elder to the battle. Ultimately, he succeeded in this, and Godang exposed his sword, accepting a challenge. Darren told his partner that the man is an ambidexter. He owns the sword with his left hand as skillfully as the right. Therefore, the commander was so self-confident. He also struck the first blow, but the blade flashed past the Mugek, who easily evaded. From such a stroke force, the sword crushed the stone floor, but Mugek jumped to the side in time. The warrior tried to strike Mugek, who had not yet had time to land on the ground, but the guy pushed his feet from the wall and made a somersault, dodging the next blow. Then he scrolled his sword in his palm and decided that now his turn is to answer. With one powerful movement, he chopped off the man his left hand in which he squeezed his sword, and the next blow fell on the face of the commander, who immediately collapsed to the ground. Dang wards immediately attacked the guy from behind, wanting to avenge their commander. But the talented Muge, with the same ease and elusive speed, cut the throat at once by several attackers. Both the FEO and the other participants in the detachment froze in a dumb horror. Then Mugugi said importantly that each of the dead is accused of treason. Go Dang, who was on the verge of death, called Mugek to him. He prayed for mercy plaintively, but Mugek was adamant. He asked the man if he knows what happened to the families of the people whom he killed then in the bar. He had no doubt that Dung had never thought about it, but these families lost their father, son, and husband. They will no longer be able to live a normal life. Dang repented, said that he was wrong, but this infuriated Mugek even more. He waved his foot and struck her a lying man in the face. Who did he imagine himself, deciding that he has the right to kill innocent members of the sect? On this, his punishment ended. The commander died of wounds that are not compatible with life. After that, Mugak went back to the office of the head of the demonic army. He impotently sat at the table, watching how girls' services dance in front of him, entertaining the master. He offered the guy tea and shared that he had a rumor that Mugek had to face some difficulties. Muget confirmed that, albeit unintentional, but the skirmish took place. The man said that the commander of the first building was appointed due to the lack of other candidates. His personality initially caused deep doubts. Mugwek was infuriated that the chapter was so false and vile. Instead of taking revenge on the person who worked for him, Gu Chonyan decided to simply hang all the dogs on him. He said that, let the death of Dang and occurred during the investigation. Nevertheless, he was one of the commanders of the demonic army. Therefore, this trick can cost Muguk expensive if they decide to create a problem from this. The head led all this to peacefully end the investigation on this. Is the death of one commander and 3 subordinates are not enough? Mugak thanked the chapter for participation. Undoubtedly, he would like to complete the case on a positive note, but there is a problem. Namely, there is no evidence base. He came here for an official investigation, but he has nothing to report to the authorities. The head said that evidence can always be created, but Muget mentioned that the letter mentioned requests for which a monetary reward followed. This is not so easy to hide. To complete the investigation, evidence is needed. He hoped to bring the elder to clean water with such a provocation. Chogonyan needs to provide evidence if he wants to finish with everything. After some time, Muget graduated from the conversation and came to the infirmary, where the FEO was still. He wanted to know about the condition of the victims. The FEO thanked his partner for inviting a demonic healer to the infirmary, and said that he was just engaged in a patient with broken ribs. The youngest said that you should not thank him. Although he acts temporarily the duties of the investigator, they are still colleagues. Suddenly, a demonic healer came out to them. He was a very old man who was the best doctor in the whole sect. And he provides his services not by mere mortals, but only to important persons. He reported that fortunately, the young man's life does not threaten anything, but it will take time to restore strength before he could return to work. Mugug told the man that the people who are injured are devoted to sex affairs, so let him not spare medicines for their treatment. The servants gratefully looked at the young master. It was very pleasant for them that he appreciates their efforts. Having finished this, the guy left the infirmary, and the SEO went after him. Mugak said that the commander of the demonic army wants them to stop the investigation and accuse the first corps commander of the first. Darren was indignant. How he can make such decisions, despite the death of one of his most valuable subordinates. But Dang was not such a large bump. Just a 6th commander at the post. His place will not be empty for a long time. Mugak abandoned the head of the bait and was now about to see what he would do. The FEO asked more specifics, but Mugak said that he would explain everything only when the chapter pecks. And at the moment he proposed to go and drink together, waiting for the news. The young man smiled and decided to trust his partner. The next day, the demonic army issued some magazines officers. These were records of murder applications and banknotes worth 1,000 nannies. They were found in the house of the commander of the First Corps. As the brunette expected, Chonyan swallowed the bait. The guy asked his colleague to find the most brain-stable person from the First Corps. He was convinced that it was this wise guy who forged all these notes, and the guy himself at that time will meet with the commander of the demonic army. After all, it is necessary to win for Red time while he is busy with the search. Entering the office, Mugak reported that they received evidence found in the house of the commander of the First Corps. The head, pretending that he did not know about this, was pleasing, saying that the investigation was finally closed on this. He even agreed on the place where it would be possible to celebrate its completion. But Mugak hastened to stop him, because there is one nuance. The smile immediately disappeared from the face of the commander. What is this time? The evidence was presented with a demonic army, and it was assumed that the officers themselves would get evidence. The leader asked, "Is it really so important?" Mugat assured that the chief advisor is far from a fool. If it grows that the investigators received evidence from the demonic army, then the whole process of investigation will cause suspicion, as well as its results. Therefore, the brunette suggested that the investigation continues. It will take no more than a day. Therefore, Mugak hoped for the cooperation of the elder. The guy himself was unhappy that you can't end everything now. The investigation will continue due to pure formality, and therefore the Mugek will need only ordinary official documents. Let the chapter be not happy about this. He said that he would ask his subordinates about assistance. Nothing super. Secret brunette is needed. He was looking for documentation on the basis of which the demonic army was hired, as well as the wills left by those who went to dangerous tasks. He needed it to compare the handwriting and find out who made these records. And the end of the investigation led him to a guy named Young Gu from the First Corps. The FEO and the Mugug caught him and tied him to conduct an interrogation. The brunette voiced the accused that he knew that he had forged magazines for the murder requests that they sent them. It is expected that the young man tried to deny everything. Most likely he did what he was ordered, so Mugek needs the guy to be honest and tell about everything. But he continued to stand his ground, said that he had not done anything like it and did not receive any orders. Mugak understood that he was simply afraid that the commander of the demonic army could kill him. Suddenly he thought a little and said that the young man could be free. Since he does not intend to answer his questions, there is nothing to be done. He is not interested in tormenting an ordinary pawn that she followed orders. There was a ringing silence between them. Before letting go of the guy, Mugak told him that even if he remained silent, the commander would still find him after the investigators leave, so as not to leave the witnesses. The commander of the demonic army probably already knows that Muged interrogates him. He will not even ask anything when he sees the young man intact and sound, and then gives the order to kill him, considering that the warrior became a traitor. Obviously, he will decide that the warrior merged all the information to them, and they punish the traitors in the demonic army very, very cruelly. A little later, Mugak held a meeting with the SEO. He reported that the person who issued the order to kill the officer from the Nirvana Pavilion and his close friend was none other than the commander of the demonic army, and those who complied with the order were the deceased Dang. But this is not the only thing. Other brutal crimes are also listed on them. They killed many people, but the commander of the demonic army will not allow himself to arrest. Then Mugak said that he was not going to put a man into custody. He was going to kill this bastard. If the commander of the demonic army is arrested, then the demon of the blood of bloody heaven will also make its move. He will not silently stand on the sidelines, watching his brother's execution. But Mugat understood that otherwise there would be a lot of fake documents, where it would be indicated they say, Go Dang acted of his own free will. He will be made by the scapegoat, and Mugat will become a victim of slander and countless intrigues. If they leave the commander alive, then he will interrupt all those aware of his deeds so that they shut up forever. Even young Ho will befall this fate. Even the FEO Darren will be included in this list. In the event of the death of the army commander during the detention, the situation will fundamentally change. It remains only to prove his crimes. Darren understood this, but was very worried about taking into account his colleagues in this incident. The demon of the blade of bloody heaven will be eager for revenge. However, Mugug knows that not everyone will take revenge for the death of a loved one. In particular, this applies to the demon of the blade of bloody heaven. He is not one of those who spend time on revenge. After these words, Mugak got up and headed for the exit from the room. As he said, he intends to kill the commander. Darren asked in surprise, "Really right now?" It was so. Already in the near future, Muge was sitting in the commander's office and insincerely thanked him for his help in the end of the investigation. The man was glad that all this was over. Although relief was felt on his heart, he was sad that it was time to say goodbye to the young man. Mugek said that if he became an heir, he would surely repay the man for his assistance. The commander will never forget about this case. Make such losses because of your greed. It is difficult to forget. Mugek invited the man to drink in honor of the end of this investigation, and he happily agreed. Muget poured a full cup of alcohol to a man, when suddenly he became very gloomy and serious. He suddenly asked the commander why he went to this. His condition would be enough to live in complete prosperity to a very old age. So why did he use the demonic army for additional enrichment? The man looked at the investigator blankly, and then he sighed heavily, and continued to pretend that he had nothing to do with this matter. He said that it was worth addressing this question to the commander of the First Corps. Mugak calmly asked why the puppet was in the answer to the answer. Then the commander realized that the investigator knew everything. Mugake wanted a man himself to admit his guilt in his deed, and tells what he was thinking about this. The commander's silence only finally convinced the young man that the old man's soul was completely rotten. He had nothing left but his eternal greed. At this moment, the man already completely stopped restraining. He went crazy with anger due to the fact that some jerk was interfering in his plans. Mugug said that apparently the commander had problems with his head, since he took up the custom murders. From rage, the man even broke the table and the chips that was between them, and ordered Mugek to stop carrying nonsense. But before he had time to blink an eye, the brunette made a crushing blow. Taking advantage of the moment, he stuck a sharp sword in the man's chest. It was the art of a soaring sword, the fifth technique, heavenly piercing. The sword pierced the man's body through and went out, on the other hand, exactly between his shoulder blades. Mugug finished alcohol and threw a cup on the floor, already cluttered with chips and fragments. After that, he slowly stood up from the table. He inquired the commander of the demonic army of Chonyan that he was accused of abuse by the forces of the demonic army, the murder of more than 20 people, and of incitement to murders. Chnyan was trembling with pain, which he felt so much in his chest. Why are such radical methods? Is it like arrest? Mugug said that the execution of a man, is inevitable. So let him leave this world more likely for the peace of life. Without pity and regret, he took out his sword from the man's chest. He took his last breath, after which he felt that he was ready to spit with blood from the pain he felt. These were the last seconds of his life. Having committed justice, the guy gathered the entire demonic army in the commander's office. He announced to everyone that the commander of the demonic army was killed by resistance to arrest for serious crimes he committed, and the CEO of Daeron ordered to detain all members of the First Corps. This is subject to official investigation. The guy bowed and immediately began to fulfill the assignment. The commander of the Third Corps, Young Ho, was entrusted with the management of all buildings except the third. They should have helped the investigators of the Nirvana Pavilion in the detention. The responsibility for this investigation is completely entrusted to Mugwek, and therefore his orders were equated with orders of the leader of the sect. Therefore, everyone immediately began their implementation. Soon, after the closure of the investigation, Mugek returned to the Pavilion of the Heavenly Demon. There he was already waiting for his father, his advisor, and a demon of the blade of bloody heaven. Mugek leisurely entered the hall, realizing that now he may not have to be sweet. The demon of the blood of bloody heaven looked at him with an unread look and was silent. Mugek calmly greeted him, saying that he was glad to see the man again. He coldly asked him how he was doing, if he was all right. He would like to know the details about what happened in his brother's pavilion. Muget only restrainedly replied that he had already described everything in the report. If he wants so, he can read. But the demon of the blood sky wanted to hear the details from Mugwek. Father and assistant were silent. If they just decided to observe, then, apparently, they intend to hear how the youngest will keep an answer. Then he reported that, after conducting an investigation, he with the investigators found out that the demon's brother was traded with dirty affairs. During the detention, he resisted, trying to kill him. He apologized to the man for the death of his brother. Oddly enough, the demon said that everything was in order. Since the commander sank to this, then the punishment was inevitable. However, something did not give him rest. Undoubtedly, his brother lacked his mind, but not to the extent to attack when his atrocities were disclosed. Probably, the commander turned for help to the demon of the blade of bloody heaven when he realized that he was driven into a corner. And now he guesses that Mugak killed the commander and tried to stop the origin of the conflict. The brunette skillfully kept himself in his hands. He said that he was not aware of the reason for such an act, but dared to suggest that it was difficult for a man to come to terms with reality when some young man dared to detain him. The demon saw a frozen body before appearing in the pavilion. It seemed that his brother's chest was pierced from one blow. Probably, the martial art of the young man is much more outstanding than it might seem at first glance. It is difficult to imagine that the young man was able to kill the commander with one blow. Mugak modestly replied that this was all thanks to his father. The commander of the demonic army was excited, so he did not apply all his strength. The demon smiled a little crookedly, but thanked the young man for revealing the truth. Now he can at least exhale with relief. Surprisingly, there is no anger from the old man. Mugug deprived of his life not only his student, but also his brother. Fury was supposed to reach its limit. The heavenly demon looked at each other with his subordinate. He invited the demon of the blink of bloody heaven, while to go to relax, because then he will have to engage in the organization of the funeral. The man bowed to the master and retired from the throne room. Perhaps the demon of the blood sky wanted to tell his father that he went too far. and whether it was worth allowing the incident in a similar vein. But for some reason, he said nothing and left the room. Severe silence hung for a short while, but then the young masters praised for excellent work. The evidence that he provided to the pavilion is irrefutable, so it was possible to complete the case without any difficulties. However, they noticed that something bothers the young man. Mugak hastened to assure them that he was in order. The assistant to his father wanted to say something else, but pulled himself at the last moment. When Muge asked what he wanted to say, the man only dismissed. After that, one of the servants carried a long box with a sword into the hall. It was a reward from the leader of the sect for excellent work. There was a long sword, and Muget immediately realized what kind of weapon it was. It was a black demonic sword. This is one of the most valuable swords, along with a white demonic sword. The guy proudly took him in his hands and broke into a smile. Mugug told his father that if he wanted to reward him, then a white demonic sword would rather come under the character of his son. But the eldest was convinced that it was the black sword that was most harmoniously combined with his son. The guy exposed the sword, and with a smile said that his father must have known him badly. The sword emits such a cold aura, although the guy has not even entered the stream with him. It was pleasantly pleased. The sword was really a legendary weapon. Although the heavenly demon cannot be said, but he was clearly pleased with the work done by his son. His right hand thought about whether the leader of the sect was proud, seeing how happy the young master is. Having finished looking at his sword, Mugak suddenly said that, to be honest, his father went too far with a reward. The deputy believed that this was not so. The problem arising from the demonic army commander was one of the most serious in the sect, so for them it was a surprise to such a quick completion of the investigation. The heavenly demon also did not expect this at all. He believed that even the survival of Mugak would become a great success, while he fulfills his role. Mugug realized that his father was cunning. He sent his son to that place, because he believed in a positive outcome. Father knew that the son comprehended the art of a soaring sword, and also the fact that he absorbed the pill of demonic essence. However, he did not expect that the commander of the demonic army would die. Now it became clear to him why he was given this sword. This act was a statement towards the demon of the blade of bloody heaven. He seemed to say that he admits that he did a lot for the sect, but he did not dare to defame his son because of this incident. Mugak bowed to his father, and sincerely thanked him for such a generous reward. And then he quietly added that he thanks for what this reward means, so that his father realizes that his son understood. The man did not expect that his son would be so smart. After that, he said that Mugak could be free. The guy went out into the courtyard of the pavilion, and immediately heard his name. A demon of the bloody heaven blade was sitting on a stone ledge. He asked the guy to make him a company and sit next to him before leaving. The weather was so sunny and pleasant. Obviously, the old man could not just leave. Mugak obediently approached and sat next to him. Summer this year turned out to be quite hot. As soon as the guy came closer, the demon's eyes immediately inflamed with hellish fire, and his body itself began to fire up, radiate heat. He shouted at Mugak and asked how he dared to ambush his brother and deprive him of his life. From this destructive fire, even the flowers that were at their feet dried up and wilted. The man promised that he would tear the young man to pieces and bring his pieces to the grave of his brother. The man hissed, breathed heavily, and could not manage his anger. And then also abruptly, as he began to get angry, suddenly calmed down and smiled broadly. He asked, wasn't he so to tell him there, in the throne room? Suddenly the Magogi turned the same, but the flame around him was a saturated blue color. How dare someone like him to destroy order inside the sect for his personal desires? The guy warned that if the demon dared to do at least something for his corrupted brother, then Mugat would turn him into minced meat. And then he suddenly smiled sweetly and said that he would be his answer to the old man in the hall. Such a reaction caused a wave of sincere laughter in the demon, so he could not resist. The question was exhausted, but the demon said that for his sake, Mugak could get by with the commander and a little softer. Mugak said that he was struggling to complete the case delicately. He tried to end everything, sending a man to resign, but the commander too often crossed the boundaries of the permitted. Rather, they did not exist for him at all. The demon nodded tiredly. Mugak asked, he knew about corruption in the demonic army. Why then he let everything on his own? The demon of the bloody sky said that he was trying to talk with his brother, but they did not listen to him. Well, he himself was not so clean. When he heard the news of his brother's death, he honestly felt even some relief. In his head, the thought flashed that now his brother would not stand in his way. Mugak held his breath. He could not believe that the demon openly spoke to him about his relationship with his brother. Suddenly, Mugak replied that he realizes what the old man feels. He thought that he would feel the same if he found out that his brother had rested. I would have felt relief from the fact that he would not have to kill him himself. In response to this statement, the demon only said nothing. Mugek was interesting. What did the man think about looking at him? But he did not want to continue this topic. Just said that this year will be hotter than usual. Fortunately, the heat for the demon is not a hindrance. And after that, he nevertheless went to his place, rest. Until now, Mugek did not understand that the demon was on his mind. According to him, he felt relieved after his brother's death. But Mugek did not leave the feeling that he intended to get rid of the young man. Or may it happen that the former will float like clouds? No matter what happened, Mugek did not spare about the deed. In the evening, he came to the training room to test his new weapon. He needed to get used to the sword and learn to use it. The first moments of gaining a new sword are very important. The blade should tune into one wave with the owner, and this black demonic sword requires a deeper connection than others. An ordinary sword is not able to reject the owner, but if the connection of the sword and his swordsman is low, then the potential of the blade will not be revealed. To begin with, the guy got used to how the sword is felt in his hands, to his weight, the handle. Then he tried to pour a little energy into it. He successfully succeeded, and incorrectly pleasant sensations spilled over his body. Then the guy carefully stood in the starting position. He first tried to make a regular attack, and then began to experiment, make all sorts of tricks, try to adapt to his new weapons. He began with fairly primitive techniques, but this was necessary in order to be able to show real martial art in the future. The young man spent all day on hard workouts. When after that the guy went outside, he noticed that a whole crowd of people was waiting for him outside. Among them was the 6 of the demon of the blade of bloody heaven. In fact, Mugek was not even interested in, did they appear of their own free will, or at the command of the demon? Even their hostile mood was not an obstacle to him. They at once release the aura in his direction. If he makes a mistake, then his insides will burst from so many demonic energy. So are they trying to suppress him? They wanted to humiliate him, put it with a miserable shavka, unable to even leave their estate. Suddenly he remembered that if you get such a number of aura, then you can apply the technique of strengthening the meridians. He used a secret technique that strengthens the meridians, because several martial artists direct demonic energy in his direction. The more opponents, the higher the effectiveness. A great chance to apply technique to become stronger. Energy became more and more. But, thanks to this technique, the Pal was able to create a protective field around him and move forward. The level of his technique crossed the limits of the second stage and switched to the third. And then he was even able to get to the 5th final step. The more they tried to attack him, the stronger the young man became. Suddenly, noting that this does not work, the crowd at the same time completely stopped directing energy in his direction. They were scared of what power their opponent demonstrated. The guy confidently walked forward until he stumbled upon the students of the demon of the blink of bloody heaven. He only had to smile and look at the road to leave the road. They immediately parted, letting him go to the exit. After training, the young man came to the throne room to his father, but he was not in the usual place. Suddenly behind him, Mugek heard his voice. His father asked if the guy wanted to sit down. The young man started up, and then he answered that he did not want to, since it looks like another test. The man only boredly passed him, saying that the young man was trying to distort his words again. And then he insisted that his son still tried to sit on the throne of a heavenly demon. Realizing that there was no other way out, he sat down and looked around, looking at the spacious, majestic hall. Father asked the young man what he was feeling. He thought that there would be a certain excitement, but now even all the same. The heavenly demon said he felt the same. Mugek's surprised that his father did not feel anything after he killed many people, and even his brother, to climb this place. What was his soul? The heavenly demon suddenly translated the topic, and said that heavenly blades, that they were waiting for Mugek at the training hall, themselves expressed a desire to come. The man already managed to find out about what had happened. Mugek said that he did not give up the fraction of weakness while they released demonic energy. But having left that place, he was trembling. He thought that he was afraid that his judgments could be erroneous. Having allowed any mistake, he could lose his life. And if he had survived by some miracle, he would never have become the heir after he killed demonic blades. That's why he was scared. The very fact of the decision is made when everything is put on the card. Strange. But when Mugek visited such thoughts, he thought about his father, what he admitted to him. The guy himself did not understand why he was. The heavenly demon told his son that a man from the demon sect did not look back. They only look forward and become better than before. The guy looked in surprise at the elder, digesting what he heard. Is the father really trying to console him? Mugek smiled inwardly, and then admitted that there was something that does not give him rest. He spoke about the steel statue of the demon in the corner of the hall. He thought it would be better to remove the statue of the demon and put some beauty instead. For example, one of the 4 flowers, the most famous beauties of the sect. They could replace demonic statues with these 4 girls, and they would please the eye. But the guy quickly noticed that his father was far from enthusiastic about this idea. Then Mugug himself admitted that he had already begun to carry nonsense. Therefore, he got up from the throne and said that he would probably go, and his father could take his place. However, before leaving the room, he suddenly asked his father, "Can he kill the demon of the blink of bloody heaven?" Initially, he strictly looked at him when he heard such a serious question, but then he laughed and said that, although his son had enough dexterity to kill the commander of the demonic army, even if he did not even think that the demon of the blood of the bloody heaven is just as naive, Mugak asked, then why did the father give rise to the conflict between them? Does it want to take responsibility for this? Well, the son himself wanted it. The heavenly demon announced that it allows his son to become the head of the Nirvana Pavilion. The Pavilion of Nirvana is the inspectors of the demonic sect. Noticing confusion on his son's face, his father asked if everything was in order. Didn't he want to create a kingdom of discipline and order in the sect? It was so. But what does it mean that a sudden increase? Maybe the father uses it to solve his divisions, previously postponed until better times? Does he care whether his son will be alive or die? However, it makes no sense to play guessing. From now on, Mugug decided that he would rely only on his eyes and ears. The father left the tips for his descendants in that cave. But at the same time, he uses his child in risky matters to extract benefits. Mugug told his father that if he wants his son to achieve good results, let him give him a means for this. He asked him to be allowed into the archives of the heavenly demon. All kinds of rare hidden notes of Murim are stored there. Only a narrow circle of people, including a heavenly demon, can enter there. Father did not understand. Did the son really believe that if he visits archives, he will study the highest martial art and solve all the problems? It would be very naive. Only one look at the headlines of manuscripts will break the ambition of the young man. Indeed, there are a large number of records. But even if Mugek is lucky, and he finds one of the best manuals on martial arts, all these martial arts will be at the same level as the art of a soaring sword, which he already knows. But the guy was not going to retreat. He wished himself good luck in this matter. Father looked at him strictly. The son confused him a little, as if he had some unclean thoughts. But, nevertheless, his father allowed him to enter the archives of the heavenly demon for 7 days. It was a great honor. The guy bowed to his father and sincerely thanked him for assistance. Already on the same day the guy went there. In a past life, he returned to the sect of the heavenly demon after her fall to get a secret demonic soul. In the sect, it was assumed that the young man was already dead. This is not surprising, because over the decades of absence, his face became mutilated, and no one recognized him. As a result, he had to make a huge way from the lower rank to the one who could talk to the leader of the sect with the eye of the eye. From him to the guy passed knowledge about this martial art. He told him about the 4 reaches of the god of the wind. This was the greatest art of moving, consisting of only 4 movements. They say that this technique was constantly studied by new heavenly demons. But at some point, knowledge about her disappeared, and they ceased to be inherited. But according to rumors, a man who comprehended 4 to do the god of the wind became Jubekto, the leader of the sect at that time, in the last life of Muga. He told the guy that he was able to become the leader of the sect only because he found the lost art of the 4 giving of the god of the wind in the archives of the heavenly demon. Mugug did not understand then. If the records were there, then why did people think that it was lost? The man explained that this was because it was not stored on the bookshelves. In this life, the guy already knew where to look for him. The manuscript about this technique was an old battered book that supported one of the racks. Jubekto told him about this. Someone used these invaluable notes instead of a passage for the 19th bookcase. Now they were in the hands of Mugak. Old notes, with a cover for the covered with time. Dusty, but even so, priceless. The guy was even surprised that the old man did not deceive him, and they really are. He opened the book and smiled. These 4 shall be enough to get around the whole world. There are 4 main movements in the 4 reaches of the god of the wind. A shadow step, a flickering step, a step of a demonic lord, and a swift step. The shadow step is used for inconspicuous penetration. First, it was used to avoid detection of only one person. But practicing, this number is gradually increasing. They say that when you completely master the shadow step, you can disappear, even if dozens of people look right at you. A flickering step is needed to protect. This technique will survive even when the enemy attack is inevitable. The third tread, The step of the demonic lord allows you to attack enemies. She is capable of reducing the enemy to naught, and the last tread is a swift step. Thanks to him, you can achieve prohibitive speed, up to the light. Mugek studied each of them. So, 7 days have passed since the moment he first entered the archive. Mugak returned from him and reported this to his father. He asked if his son could comprehend something in the archives. Mugek proudly replied that the art of moving, namely, the technique of the 4 reaches of the god of the wind. Father sternly said that this is nonsense. The son could not study the shadow step that is considered lost. Muget only grinned and said that he would not have enough spirit to lie to his own father. Then his father asked to demonstrate what Muget had learned during this time. The guy asked what he would get in return, and his father, grinning, replied that he would think about keeping his life. Then Mugak fulfilled the request of a man. He focused and directed all his forces to demonstrate technology. Father sincerely struck the fact that the son actually began preparations for the shadow step. It was enough for the guy to only stomp with his foot. He immediately became invisible. Father was shocked. The son moved so swiftly and imperceptibly around the room that he seemed to teleport from place to place. The silhouette of his son was almost elusive. He was like invisible. The shocked father asked him where he learned the technique of the 4 ties of the god of the wind. The guy instantly replied that in the archives of the heavenly demon. Father decided that his son was lying again, so anger inside began to slowly boil. He knows that there were no these records in the archives. But Mugak again confidently said that he had learned this technique there. Father did not understand why his son was so stubbornly trying to lie to him. Then he asked, maybe his father is confident in their absence only because he studied a myriad of records there? These records were in the most unexpected place. Did his father ask if the fact that Mugak from the very beginning knew that the technique of 4 of the god of the wind is in the archives? The young man replied that he was not at all. He was looking for completely different martial arts, but accidentally stumbled upon these notes. They served as a support for the lower shelf. The closet seemed to him crookedly, so Mugak decided to leave him. So he stumbled upon these notes. Father sighed heavily. He said that probably all important information was deleted. The son asked how his father guessed this. He said that he would just do the same. The heavenly demon suddenly thought about something briefly, and then he asked his son to tell him about his reasons. It was expected. The goal of Mugak is not to defeat his father and become a heavenly demon. He needs it to kill the man and save the entire pavilion of the heavenly demon, and then to leave for the journey around the world, enjoying a happy and carefree existence until the father leaves his post. Therefore, for him, there was no problem to teach his father the 4 reasons for the god of the wind. However, for some reason he showed his father in his request. He sternly looked at him, not understanding the reason for the refusal. The son explained that free cheese is only in the mousetrap. Father remembered him that during the hunt he taught his son a technique without asking anything in return. But the young man, jokingly, said that it was just a fee for alcohol. The heavenly demon was unhappy, but impressed. How did Mugug restrain his daring character so far? The guy replied with a smile that he had been holding, as he could, before his growing up. Then the father asked what the son wishes in exchange for teaching his father this technique. The young man said that only if his father in exchange teaches his art to protect the heavenly demon. It allows you to strengthen the whole body, but only heavenly demons are available. To comprehend it like receiving a second life. The heavenly demon replied that this was excluded. The art of protecting the heavenly demon can be transmitted only by inheritance. Then Mugak asked his father to teach him secretly. This technique does not manifest in any way outwardly. If he is trained, but no one will know. After that, Mugek took apart and asked his father to think about his request, but before the guy had time to get out of the room, the father had already agreed. But he asked that the first son would tell him about the 4 reaches of the god of the wind. The guy did not expect a man to agree so early, since they touched on this topic. Then Mugek invited his father to start training right now. He asked if his son had suspicions of his account. Not afraid that the heavenly demon will lead him away after he receives what he wants? But the brunette was not at all afraid. The heavenly demon is not the person who will do something so shameful in front of his own son. This was where their conversation was over. It was time to start studying the technique. The son in detail told a man about the intricacies of each of the 4 steps of equipment, explaining how to use them in a real battle. The man listened carefully and, following the instructions of his son, immediately learned to put the equipment in practice. It took them for a while, but the heavenly demon grabbed everything on the fly. When Muget finished speaking, he asked his father, should he repeat it? But the man remembered everything the first time. So good that even without training, I could already fulfill this technique no worse than the sun. Moreover, it also differed from the technique that Muge owned. Father adapted her for himself. His power was truly impressive. He himself was pleased with the new studied technique. Truly excellent martial art. After the regression of Mugak, this is the largest change. Can a Mugs be able to defeat the father, who studied 4 to act the god of the wind? Now the heavenly demon is about to tell his son about the technique of protecting the heavenly demon. He said that he would explain once, so Mugek should remember everything properly. He was strongly configured and ready for this. But after some time, when they finished, Mugak left the hall with a non-bonded bruise on his forehead. Wasn't wonderful? Who allowed himself to do so with a young master? Muget explained that it was his father who prescribed him a crack. Muget successfully studied the art of protecting the heavenly demon. After that, the son told the elder that he was glad that now they had a general secret. Perhaps he is even more glad to do this that the art of protecting the heavenly demon comprehended. For such an impudent statement, the father gave his son a strong slogan. From this, Mugak had a bruise. Then Mugak asked why the girl did not go to the throne room. She said that she wanted to protect him from the offender. To which An was embarrassed, that she only protects and not attacks. The guy caused a smile because in a past life the girl never dared to joke with him so much. Before you go to his room, he decided to tell the girl something else. Mugug said that, although he could not do this right now, but in the future he would certainly find a remedy for the side effect of the body's petrification technique. Therefore, he asked her to wait a little more. He also mentioned that he told his father that their sect should change so that she would become a place where people no longer have to sacrifice themselves to protect others, so that no one does what he does not want. The girl was struck by what correct things her master says. Then Mugak asked her to carefully listen to what he would say. She bowed to the guy and immediately reached her ears. Mugak said importantly that from this minute, Li is relieved of the post of his bodyguard. But Li was only scared, since her first thought was that the master simply wanted to get rid of her. However, Mugak said that this was not so, and appointed her as the commander of the Phantom Shadow Detachment. The girl was a little bewildered, because she knew that such a detachment did not exist. Mugak said that it is, because he is going to create a team that will obey him directly, and he wanted to make an AN commander of the detachment, which will be created in the future. Therefore, once again, he asked her if she agreed to become the commander of the detachment, Ghostly Shadow, which will exist under its beginning. The girl bowed to him and confidently said that she would follow him in any endeavors. Although he said to Li that he would create a detachment that would serve him directly, but it is not so easy to arrange. This requires a decent captain. To earn, he will have to take advantage of the case that occurred before his regression. Mugug decided to take part in one highly paid mission. She was life-threatening, but that was worth it. The leader on this task was appointed warrior Young Dan. Anyone who dares to throw some kind of trick could die from his hands, so he was strict as a leader. Mugek joined this mission on the recommendation of the EMEO. He assured the captain that they could count on his combat skills, but Yang Dan considered the guy quite arrogant, and he warned that they live at a time when the heads of such bastards as Muget fly off their shoulders as easily as morning dew. Muget reassured him, saying that only money is concerned. While he is paid, he fulfills orders. Their task was accompanied by one important girl, together with her daughter in Nanpin. Muget intended to save them, since in his past life these two died. The soldiers lost their task. The guy waved a little girl in greeting. She was shy and hid behind her mother, but she liked the smiling young man. The woman also nodded to the brunette, after which they plunged into the carriage. The carriage, accompanied by a whole detachment of horse soldiers, set off. They stayed on the road all day, and only when they began to get dark, allowed themselves to stop and develop a camp for spending the night. It is not known when the opportunity for a snack is still reached, so they decided at the same time and dinner in order to stock up on the further road. To quench hunger, they ate dried beef, and to warm up, they divorced several bonfires. Muget sat a little away from the rest and stayed on the alert. Rumors in a past life reached him that some robbers were killed by the detachment, who arranged an ambush on them. But the bodies were never found. No one knew how they were killed. Suddenly, Muget noticed that not far from him one of the warriors began to cough, choke, and cleared blood. Soon, the same fate befell the other participants in the detachment. What happened? Why did they all suddenly find themselves on the verge of death? He looked around and realized that the cause of their suffering was the poison that they consumed with food. Suddenly, someone irritably called Mugwek, noting that he was the only one who remained standing on his feet. Young Dan was heading for him. Mugug immediately realized that it was he who poured poison into food, which he distributed to his subordinates. Mugek is the only one who did not suffer death from suffocation, since he did not eat food proposed by the commander. Therefore, Young exposed his sword and was ready to kill the young man with his own hands. Just think, the leader of the detachment was a traitor. Mugak irritably told Yang that he was miserable. How was he going to live on, knowing that his conscience lies the fault for the murder of his comrades? But for Dana, it was much more important to have a stock of excellent wine and women. When he can buy everything he wants with the money received, his conscience clearly will not torment him. And for this, he killed such a large number of people. Suddenly, some people appeared in the clearing. It was a small detachment of warriors. Their faces were half closed by bandages, and they themselves wore dark raincoats. They looked impressive. These were the commander's customers. They strictly ordered the woman and daughter to get out of the cart until they decided to burn her. A few moments of doubt have passed, but they had no choice but to obey orders. Mr. Quan, the leader of the enemy detachment, had long hunted a woman and her daughter, but finally could find them. The woman knew her well. Bitter tears rolled along the brown offs. She begged Quan to spare her child. He nodded his head and said that in memory of the old days he would not harm the child. But it was he who only teased. He was not going to regret anyone. The man ordered her to fall to her knees and pray for mercy. How does she laugh at all to ask him? A frightened child was more and more pressed into his mother. The woman tearfully asked them to spare the child. Then she would pay 10 times a large amount. But Mr. Quan told her not to waste time on this nonsense. They also grabbed her father. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Mugek, who pretended to him the attention of the commander. The man asked Yang who this guy was. Mugek introduced himself as one who received a fee for accompanying these people intact. Yang said that this is just a mercenary boy who could not get rid of. Therefore, he said that he would quickly deal with him now. Mugug said that they, apparently, were just a gang of villains who betrayed their master. Did they think they would receive the promised reward? Yangs are more likely to be killed and packed the whole share of themselves. Mr. Quan was furious from the fact that Mugek was brazenly scattered by such statements. Mugug could say more rudely about them, but did not want to swear with the child. The commander was furious. How dare a stray mercenary to talk to him? Mugak asked, is it really his eyes in the truth? Then the commander Quan could not stand it and ordered his subordinates to begin to finish this self-confident young man. The guy, laughing, said that since he needs to be killed for starters, then the death of Yang will be as follows. But I did not have to wait long. Already at that moment, Mr. Quan's dagger flew into the man's back. Now Yang was useless garbage for him. He did not manage to cope even with his task of poisoning the detachment, since Muge remained to live. Mugek was not even sorry for the man. Here's what is being with those who betray others for the sake of money. The whole detachment of Quan's subordinates simultaneously attacked the dark-haired. Mugek quietly asked the woman to close her eyes to the child. She did so. At the same time, she closed her eyes herself. Only now Mugok could afford to deal with opponents. And in this he was helped by his new technique. 4 will take the god of the wind, the step of the demonic lord. He, as if teleporting, in the blink of an eye was right near Mr. Quan. He could not understand how the guy was so close, bypassing his subordinates, and even doing it so imperceptibly. And the young man did not just go around them. He instantly pierced them with a sword in the way, losing their lives at the same time. There was no one to defend the commander now. He was horrified. Mugug wanted to know who this Mr. Quan was and why he pursued poor people. Suddenly, the woman answered that his name was Quan. He is one of the vassals of her family, which took an oath to protect them, and she is Ji Sane, the daughter of the owner of the Golden Estate. That is why Mugek hid his personality and joined the ranks of the mercenaries. Her father is Ji Su, one of the largest merchants. He is the richest man in Fujiang and the owner of the Gold Estate. In his past life, there was an unpleasant incident, during which the owner of the Gold Estate was treacherously killed by one of his proxies, and his daughter suffered the same fate. Having decided to take advantage of the chance that Mugak turned away and spoke with the mistress, Quan decided to attack the guy. But he instantly reacted and struck before the man managed to do it. The guy chopped off his head in one motion. Now nothing threatened them for sure. The lifeless body of the commander fell to the ground. Mugwek, annoyed that such bastards loved to attack from the back. Finally looking at Mugek, the woman said that she wanted to hire him so that he would accompany them home. The guy smiled affectionately. He agreed, but warned that in connection with what happened, the price for his services increased. The girl perfectly understood this. Her family will pay him as much as he will demand, only if he agrees to help and save her father. Mugek could not disagree. Soon they had already reached the Golden Palace, where Quan's accomplices kept the man in captivity. When they saw that a wagon was approaching the estate, the men decided that Mr. Quan and other accomplices arrived. Finally, the plan that they had for 10 years came to life. However, to their surprise, an unfamiliar guy and a completely sound mother with her daughter came out of the carriage. The guy told them that Kwon was dead, only he survived. The men considered that Mugek is one of their accomplices, so they did not attack, but asked who killed the commander. Mugek replied that he was killed by a very talented master of martial arts, young and very attractive. The head of the detachment got angry. Why did Mugek give honors to his enemy? The guy did not answer, but by his reaction, everything was clear. It finally dawned on the head that it was Mugug that killed Kovanva. The guy grinned. Still, the enemy is not as stupid as it seemed. The detachment immediately approached them, breaking the swords. The chapter could not understand if Muge saved a woman with a child. Then why drove them to the palace, and did not run away with them? Mugug could not restrain laughter when he heard that the enemy called his detachment brave tigers. The guy saw in them only miserable dogs that bite the hand of the owner, who feeds them. So, it turns out Quan Wan was killed, and their goal, together with the defender, pushed to the base. However, Mugug, even surrounded, looked relaxed and confident. The chapter realized that he was definitely not just a mercenary. The man wanted to know who the young master was. Although they met in such an unsightly situation, he would like to first not kill the young man, but to get acquainted with him. But Mugak said that there was no need to flush. He does not intend to stand on ceremony with them. Then the head instantly ordered his detachment to kill the enemy, and they attacked him from all sides. Mugat quickly bared his sword and did not even blink his eye when such a crowd attacked him from all sides. In an instant, he turned to one of the enemies and cut it with his sword. Others suddenly trembled with fear of the incredible speed of the young man, but they did not have time to notice how they became the following targets of the deadly sword. His blade passed through their flesh as easily as if cutting oil, and none of them even had time to touch the young man in any way. So the swordsman figured out each of the traitors. They were lying under his feet, having failed to inflict at least some damage to the young man. The chapter in fright asked Mugak, "Who is he? The hell, is one like that?" The guy only in cold blood replied that he was a mercenary with a sharp scum for money. The chapter in horror asked how much money was needed by Mugak to leave the man alive. Mugak grinned. "Does he have a whole fortune in the chest? If he is so rich, so why did he go to basement? If I wanted to change my own life, you should spend your savings. Why climbed into the pocket of your master?" The head bit his tongue, not knowing what to answer. Suddenly, behind him, another surviving subordinate appeared, who took Jie-su hostage, putting his sword to his throat. He ordered Mugek to quit weapons, otherwise he would kill the old man. The frightened daughter cried out, and the chapter had another chance to win. He turned to Mugek and also ordered him to give up. But the guy did not even have to approach the opponents. He slept in cold blood with his sword. Huge power. The destructive strip reached out on the ground from him to the enemy threatening sword. She walked right between his legs, and thanks to his powerful energy wall, Mugek skillfully cut his enemy in half. It was the technique of glowing heaven, which belonged to the art of a soaring sword. Mugak was even very boring to fight these people, so he looked without an emotional gaze at another murdered enemy. After that, he took the whole step towards the only surviving enemy, as he immediately was frightened and staggered. Mugug said that it was time to be shameful to run away if he does not want to be killed. But he thought that probably the guy had to exhale after using the energy of the sword in such quantities. So he can deal with this villain. Therefore, he arrogantly attacked the brunette. Mugak easily blocked his blow with his sword. Then the man thought that he just needed to try to hit harder. He swung again, but Mugek reflected his next blow. It was dusted by their sharp movements into the air, and the swords themselves, when crossing, published a piercing noise. No matter how hard the man tried to invest internal energy into his blows, Mugat with dignity kept the defense. After some time, the forces of Mugak were already at the end of the long battles. The man considered that he was simply obliged to take this chance. The guy was barely enough strength to block his attacks. A little more and it will definitely break, but he began to rejoice early. The moment, Mugoki took advantage of the moment and stuck the blade directly into the man's chest. The guy could not tolerate the fact that the person who was supposed to devote his life to training and weeding the technician mired in greed. As the head of the guard, obliged to protect the Golden Palace, he should not have done so. For this, he was dishonestly devoid of life. The GS family was infinitely grateful to its savior. Aita said that his kindness would never forget because he saved them from death. He would like to know from which family Mugug. But the guy continued to insist on his legend that he was just a mercenary. The man understood that even the king of mercenaries could not deal with them so easily. However, Mugak said that the man was just exaggerating. Then Madame Gim said that she promised the master a reward, and the father could not but reward the young man because he really deserved it. If their benefactor needs money, then he will receive it. That is why Mugak helped them as a mercenary. He needed funds to create a detachment. Together with Mr. and Madam Gim, Mugak went down to their storage. For the salvation of life, Asu must give the young man everything that he has. But unfortunately, this is physically impossible. Mugak did not need this. A man could give him an assigned amount, but decided to offer something else. He wanted to open his door to one of the rooms of the storage, and offered to take away as many treasures from there as Mugak could take at a time. Only Asu asked to do without a cart and additional people. But Mugak can take advantage of his skills, the guy asked. Could he really take so much with him? But he saved the life of the GHM family, so the master did not dare to skimp. The young man was very grateful to the man for such a generous reward. After that, Mr. Gim pressed a special button. The heavy door drove aside, freeing the passage. Mugak stepped into a non-enlightening darkness. Saiyan told his father that, given the skills of the young man, he would be able to pick up much more than they agreed initially. But for Mr. Jim, there was nothing more valuable than what the guy defended today. The old man is enough that his family is intact and sound. These words could not help but touch the woman. In addition, Mugug is not an ordinary person. Although he tried to hide it, he looks young and his skills go beyond the usual. The power that Saiyan saw was not just skill. The guy has a power of spirit, which is even impossible to describe in words. Although in his life Asu met many people, but at his advanced age he first met a man from whom freedom blows and such an incredible spirit is felt. Money can always be earned, but fate collides with such a person only once in his life. Therefore, it did not matter to him how much the guy would take. It was not worth greedy. But it is better to establish a relationship with this guy. By this moment, the young man had already left the room. The next day, Mugak returned back to the pavilion. He divided the treasures that he brought from the Golden Palace and sold them, because you should not sell such a large amount in one place. So every time he came to the city, he sold a little in several places. As a result, he collected almost 4 million nyongs. This money will become the basis for his future organization. After his return, Mugak appeared to his father. The father listens to reports several times a day and makes important decisions. About who will live and who will die. Does such a life suit him? Perhaps. So with him, everything is the same as that of Mugak with Li An. He was simply forced to become a heavenly demon. When his son entered the room, his father said that he heard that Mugak had left the school. He confirmed, said that he was serving to make money. Father asked in surprise, why did he need money? Mugak replied that he did not want to live forever with his father's money. He will need much more money in the future. He said that he wants to create his organization. Supreme demons have followers. To cope with them, Mugak needs to find his own. Father told him that this was nonsense. If Mugug will receive such an opportunity, then his older brother will want this, and after him other people. The heavenly demon could not allow it, and Mugug did not hope that the man would allow him like this right away. Therefore, he took out a scroll from the breast pocket and handed it to his father. The heavenly demon, with the help of levitating, took money from his son's hands. He turned the scroll and asked what was it. Mugak said that he was allocating this amount for his father's expenses. Father was shocked, but did not show. He gathered himself in his hands and told his son that he had a lot of money. Mugak knows that the father is the richest man in the world, but the money that he gave him is gratitude for the fact that his father raised him. And this is only the first money that he gives with gratitude to him. In the future, he will deduct the father even more. He always wanted to do it once. After that, Mugak bowed to his father and decided to leave him to rest. The man again looked at the amount provided by his son in surprise. His gaze softened. After that, Mugak went to the Pavilion of Justice, or the Nirvana Pavilion. There he met with Leon, and after a while, the FEO came to them. He handed Mushek that it was time for him to go. Everyone was waiting for him. Mugak smiled that the guy nevertheless decided to help him. He volunteered. And in fact, Darren was generally very surprised that the guy was sent here for work. After a short conversation, all three went to the exit from the building. When they went out into the yard, they were already expected. All the pavilion workers gathered on the street, built into flat rows. When Mugak went outside, they all greeted the new master of the pavilion in unison. The guy surprised that his subordinates looked much more friendly than he imagined. Mugak asked if the SEO was really threatening to people that he would cut off a salary if they did not greet the new master properly. The guy said that this is not so, but why then such a good atmosphere reigns between workers? Darren replied that they were just glad to see Mugug and serve him, because he did a lot. So, all due to the investigation that the guy carried out against the general of the army of their cult. Go, the commander of the First Corps, killed an official who was sent to deal with corruption in the army. When Mugak took up the matter, he dared to attack one of the employees who helped the guy, and mutilated him. This time everything worked out. Muge asked the best doctor, Mr. Ma, to help the wounded, and later smashed his head to Dan. The SEO asked the master to say a few words to his new subordinates. Mugek importantly proclaimed that he was unknown, whether the workers became happier or vice versa. They were disappointed to see that he had become a master of the pavilion, but he was firmly sure of one. Their hearts began to fight more often than before, and the crowd met the new leader with stormy applause. In such a good way, the service of Mugek began, until it was loaded with a whole pile of papers. Dare, who brought them, said that the guy himself requested information about all incidents that were unfairly covered. Mugek asked why they all, like a selection, concerned the demon of the blade of bloody heaven. This did not work out on purpose. Mugug made a request, and the young man brought him all the things that satisfy his criteria. Li An expressed the idea that this time it was worth refraining from active actions. The demon clique of the bloody heavens the last time was barely restrained, but Mugug could not just close his eyes that they treated people dishonestly. He handed her the papers and offered to get acquainted himself. The girl read and reluctantly agreed that they would really have to intervene. Therefore, soon they went to the entertainment pavilion. At one of the tables, a warrior killed, who had been drinking hopelessly for a long time, drank. Even the owner of the institution was worried, and asked the young man to cut the amount of alcohol drunk. But the man did not understand how to deal with his feelings otherwise. The Nedanoski who mutilated his child were recognized as innocent. The owner asked in surprise, how could this happen if the Pavilion of Justice took up the investigation? The investigator told the man that his child simply had a fight with a neighbor and received his injury by accident. Allegedly, it was just a friendly duel. And all this is due to the fact that the neighboring child was the son of a demon Hundreds of Swords. The demon of Hundreds of Swords is a subordinate demon of the Blink of Bloody Heaven, the commander of the detachment. The official from the Justice Pavilion turned out to be brilliant and hesitated this matter, since the demon of the Bloody Heaven blade asked him about this. And now, having already drunk a lot of alcohol, a poor man, as if delirious, cursed the investigators of the Pavilion of Justice and everyone who is to blame for this incident. The owner tried to cheer him up and said that in such difficult times, one should have the courage to accept what had happened and gather in spirit. However, if the son of a man will die, his wife will leave after because he will not be able to live without his child. He is the most valuable that they have in life. If he does not become, then his father is even ready to kill the demon Hundreds of Swords with his own hands, and then throws the sword into himself. Suddenly, someone behind him asked him, "But will a man have enough strength for this?" A young guy appeared behind him. He was accompanied by two more friends. He asked the man how he dares to talk to the whole tavern about how he would kill someone's father. Then the man realized that it was exactly the guy who crippled his son. He immediately began to scream and blamed the young man of taking his son the right to normal life. The guy bowed to the man and apologized, saying that he had committed a really terrible crime. But according to his reaction, after an apology and in a disrespectful tone, it was clear that he did not regret and apologized only as a formality. This deeply offended the man. Since he was not sober, the brown-haired man immediately grabbed his sword, wanting to punish the arrogant young man. But he turned out to be more agile and faster, so in the blink of an eye he was very close to a man and swung at him. The guy broke the man's nose, throwing him back on the nearest table, and then announced to visitors to the tavern, which could not be considered guilty, since he was not the first to expose his sword. His vile friends confirmed the words of his leader. And after that, the guy sat on top of the man and continued to beat him with his fists, for daring to complain about him to the Pavilion of Justice. The young man said that he flared up and beat his son for refusing to steal some money from his home. Allegedly, he put the guy a loser, trying to build himself as a right son. Suddenly, the man whistled hoarsely that the young man admitted. Everyone who was in the tavern heard his words, and the reason why the young man beat his son about just confirmed that the fight was not at all a friendly fight. He deliberately attacked him. The guy looked menacingly at those present and asked if anyone had heard that the guy said that. Of course they heard, but they knew that the young man is from an influential family, so they did not want to run into trouble. Therefore everyone pretended that they did not hear his recognition. Then the man cried bitterly again, and hot tears flowed down his cheeks, mixing with blood from wounds. The desperate and pain of a guy's man was only amused. His friends laughed loudly with him. Suddenly the guy's attention was attracted by the coming Mugek. He sternly said that he had heard the recognition of the young man. Already this was enough for him to get furious. Who was so brave appeared that he decided to argue with him. Muget was completely disappointed in the man's manners when he began to insult the young master, not even knowing who he was. The guy attended the guy with an abundance. And then the emotions again prevailed, and he shouted at him. He was not going to repent anyone. Mugak sarcastically said that, judging by the way the demon's child behaves thousands, he could assume that the guy is already as strong and influential as his father. Of all the said, the guy was hooked only by what Mugak called him a child. The young man was fundamentally disagreeing with this. Suddenly, a man, who was behind the incident, recognized in newly arrived officials from the Palace of Justice. But why did they come to such a place? Here the young man was already frightened for the first time. He asked Mugak, "Are they really investigators?" Mugak reassured everyone, saying that today the investigators allegedly came to the entertainment pavilion only to relax. Lee whispered to the master that those present from these words only tensed more strongly. The young man immediately became hastily apologized. They say he did not recognize the blogger gentleman. He was to blame. He was young and made a mistake out of stupidity. Therefore, he asked to forgive him rudeness. Mugak noted that, judging by the actions that he does, then the guy is not like a young fool. He continued to stand his ground and say that he did not understand anything in life. The guy was not a fool. He knew when to shut up in time. But Mugak could not let him go, as he came precisely by his soul. The young man was stupefied. Was it awaiting him? The brunette told him that he had arrived in this place in order to investigate the attack that the young man had recently committed. The guy recalled that the pavilion had already recognized him innocent, wasn't it? This was true. But the pavilion decided to conduct a second investigation. Therefore, Mugak accused the young man of extortion, as he took the money from the child of the victim, and also in the organization of theft, as he forced the poor young man to steal for him, and also in the murder, because the guy scored his enemy to death. But for some reason, this was not enough for the bully, because he came here and attacked the father of the victim. The fact that Mugoki heard is enough to find the guy guilty. He will spend the next 20 years in prison. Then the young man began to dispute this decision, to say that they had just a friendly duel. But the master clearly heard that a few minutes ago the guy admitted everything. The investigator testified to his sincere confession. Realizing that he could not be able to abandon his words, the young man went to the threats and said that if Mugak puts him in prison, his father would not just sit in his back. However, Mugak was sure that his father would not be up to his son. After all, he will also be arrested on charges of putting pressure on the official of the Pavilion of Justice. Then the guy finally could not control himself. He screamed irritably. Does Mugak really think that it would get away with him? His father will not leave this. And the guy himself will take revenge on the investigator as soon as he was released. Not only that, he promised that he would finish Mugak if he dares to stick to his prison. Unable to withstand these ardent speeches, Mugak suddenly that there was strength to hit the poor young man in the stomach, so much so that his legs broke away from the ground. Tears flowed down his cheeks, and he fell to the floor, writhing in pain. Mugak asked if he knew that the threat to the master of the pavilion is punishable by 30 years of imprisonment. Blinding his tears, the young man again began to pity prayer for forgiveness. Mugak told him that he would stop plunging to the conversation of his father. Let him call at least one reason why Mugak should forgive him. Maybe he ever saved someone's life? Helped the needy? Mugak promised that if the guy calls him at least one good deed that he committed, the investigator will listen to him. However, the guy was silent, because he never did anything like it. And why then should a man forgive him? The young man prayed the investigator about mercy, but he threw him a slap in the face for such impudence. Yes, so strong that he broke his lip to the guy, and he himself fell powerlessly onto the parquet. Mugak advised after he was leaving prison to live in such a way that there was something to remember in response to the question he asked. After that, he sternly looked at the henchman young man. They frightenedly stumbled that they had nothing to do with it, and did only what the leader of the gang told them. Mugak warned, if they do not tell everything they know, then his questions will appear directly to them. The brunette ordered the young man to take it to different places, and then the testimony. All three were taken out of the pavilion to further continue the investigation. And Mugak warned all those present that if in the future they would need to report someone's crime, then they could safely go to the Pavilion of Justice. While the young man will rule them, no one dares to put pressure on witnesses. If someone decides to intimidate him with his father, as the arrested young man did, then let people know that he can always turn to his own. She approached the injured man and said that by order of the Lord of the Pavilion, his son was examined by the demonic healer, MANHWA. The man was beside himself with happiness. Such a respected and busy person examined his son. Mugak said that the son of a man is also valuable for a cult, like any other person. Before coming here, the brunette looked at him and saw that he woke up. So the father can see his child. The man burst into tears with happiness and did not know how to manage his excitement and these joyful emotions. He cried and constantly thanked Moog for his kindness. But Muge could not do otherwise. After all, a man devoted his whole life to the service to the cult. Should the cult, in response to this, should not protect and take care of its people? He squeezed Mugak's hands in his palms and did not stop crying for a long time. And Muget was happy because he managed to save the life of this man and his family. And so the incident in the entertainment pavilion ended. The next day, Muget gathered all his subordinates in the courtyard of the Pavilion of Justice. Honestly, he expected that the first blow would receive from the side of the faction of the demon of the blood sky. But, to his surprise, the officials of his pavilion showed dissatisfaction. One of the soldiers said that he wanted to visit the chapter personally. However, in view of the fact that there were a lot of officials sharing his point of view, they asked to talk to all of them at the same time. A special investigator, Mr. Givak Gokman, said that they learned that Mugek decided to resume the investigation of a previously closed case, whose verdict was already issued, and the defendant was recognized as innocent. The Gokman and his comrades believed that such actions undermined the authority of the investigators of the pavilion, and almost everyone in his pavilion thought so. But Muget saw the situation in a slightly different light. In his opinion, the decision made by chief investigators undermines their authority. Givak Gokman asked what the head meant. Then he asked them if they heard that at the time of the arrest, Yang Ho admitted to all the atrocities committed by him publicly. They heard about it. Then Muget expressed his indignation. Why then they still arranged this booth? The men said that they were not indignant at this, and the fact that the case, the decision on which has already been made, was again returned to consideration. So it was more likely in the principles. The investigator's decision is the law, and this is the basic principle. In addition, in the entire history of the pavilion, there has never been such a precedent. Things have never been reviewed. Mugak strictly stopped the speech of the investigator Gvak. The innocent child was forced to theft and then scored to death. The criminal who committed this confessed everything and was arrested. Doesn't they become obvious after these events that a previously open business requires a review? Mugak asked how, according to Gvak, investigators will look, even if in such a situation they continue to insist on observing old principles. The guy suggested solving the discussion peacefully. He asked all officials who believe that a second consideration of the case is the right decision, to become to the right of him. Investigators looked at each other uncertainly. The first master supported the SEO. He believed that the case should be revised, since the investigation was carried out poorly. In addition, there is a possibility that the investigator was put from the outside, which he simply could not resist. Mugak agreed with the words of the young man. After he asked if there are still people among those present who agree with this point of view, then another young man spoke forward. His name was Iko. He greatly appreciated what the Vladika managed to do in the last days. This was the same guy who, after a trip to the pavilion of the demonic army, helped to heal the fracture of the ribs. Muget asked if he was in order, and the guy replied that yes. Then Mugek turned to the investigator Chunchi. As far as he knew, he was responsible for this matter. He wanted to know what his opinion was about what happened. The man assured him that he carefully investigated this matter. But then Mugek suggested that the investigator took a bribe for making the right decision, since the result was like that. Gvak Gokman was furious. How could a guy say that? But Muk looked menacingly at him, ordering to be silent, directing his demonic energy in his direction. He should not have a voice without the permission of the master. After that, he again asked the guy to answer him the question, whether he received money from his father of the accused, a demon of hundreds of swords, Beka Prima. But the man swore with his life that there was nothing like that. If the chapter does not believe him, then let him conduct an appropriate investigation against him. But Muget actually already spent him, and he knew that Chunhu did not take the money. The guy made an appropriate request, and received a direct indication from the leader of the cult to conduct a full external investigation. At that moment Gvak Gokman suddenly strained. Mugak asked Chunchi, why did he cover such a thing if he did not even take the money? But the man did not cover the case based on the conclusions of the investigation he conducted. He was blackmailed by his younger sister, and Mugek was known about this. In the course of his own investigation, Mugek found out that Chunchi is an extremely fundamental and the next letter of the law. However, Mugak did not believe the collected data, and continued to dig. Mugak did not find the facts of bribery. And then did he think that this should happen so that the official in all respects, the official would eventually betray his principles and hesitated the matter. And here he found the main weakness of the investigator. It's all about his family. Because of all his relatives, he had only a younger sister. Jivak directly asked if it was true that the man was blackmailed by his sister, and he was very angry when he could not answer him. Mugak understood the feelings and actions of Gokman. He intercepted the initiative because Chunhwa is his favorite student. Now he tried to make Chunchi as little as possible from the circumstances. Mugak interrupted them and said Chunchi that if he was silent, because he was worried about the fate of his sister, he could speak freely. The master had already sent his warriors to take his sister to a safe place. She is guaranteed to protect the cult until the investigation of Mugak is completely completed. It was such a generous act that it was not believed that it was true. Then the investigator fell to his knees and admitted that this is true. He committed an unforgivable sin. Mugat carefully told him that the guy, even under threat of blackmail, did not dare to close the matter. He himself understood this. Therefore, he was ready to be punished for his crime. Mugak asked him to shut up and get up. If this happened after he became the Lord of the Pavilion of Justice, then the guy would not forgive Chunwei by his act. But since this happened before the beginning of his reign here, Mugak forgave him. The man could not stop crying with shame. Does he really forgive this crime? Mugug said that this is so, but the investigator should remember that it was not a young master, but his former righteous life and serviceable service. Now everything that Chunhe had previously achieved has turned into nothing. He will have to start a new life from the very beginning. However, the man burst out only with thanks because he had a chance to correct. Mugat loudly announced his subordinates that since he became the master of their pavilion, then all their families became his family too. Anyone who dares to harm investigators and their relatives will be ruthlessly crushed by Muguke. From that moment on, the Pavilion of Justice will not tolerate any external intervention in his business. No one dares to touch either investigators or their relatives. If someone tries to blackmail them, let him immediately report to him, and Mugug will take the necessary measures without delay. If they do not trust the master, let them trust the leader of the cult. Even if Mugek has to ask him to protect their loved ones, he will do it. From this moment on, they need to report to Mugek about any external intervention. He wanted to make sure that investigators could do their job without regard to the safety of his family. When they are sure that their families are safe, nothing will have to prevent them from fulfilling their duty to the Pavilion of Justice. Mugat believes that punishment should be inevitable. It should not take into account regalia, merits, and the nobility of the genus. Committing a crime, whoever he is, must be responsible for his actions, and no circumstances should prevent this. Even if the Great War of the Demons begins, the criminals will still not remain unpunished. Mugat promised that even if the leader of the cult committed a crime, he would hold him accountable. He is not afraid of either the Lord or the aid of the gods of martial arts. But he is afraid that their pavilion will become too weak and powerless. And now this is what is happening. They could not protect people, although they should. They allowed the one who deserved Kara, and it scares him. From the crowd there was a voice of a man who wanted to express his consent with the adopted lord of the pavilion earlier, and he apologized for not doing this right away. A young girl who said this came out of the crowd. Her name was Zhou Heian. Other investigators followed her. Each went over to the side of Mugak in this dispute. As a result, only Jivak Gokman remained from the opposite side. Mugug told him that in order to implement his decision to life, he would need the experience and assistance of a senior officer. Therefore, he held out his hand for a handshake and asked to help implement his plan. The man finally also agreed that the brunette is absolutely right in his judgments, and thanked him for that. Then Mugug told the investigator Gavak to take a detachment of the guards and immediately go to Yang, the father John Ho. He must arrest a man and bring justice to the pavilion. Gokman said that, unfortunately, a man not to submit to their requirements voluntarily. Moreover, 100 people served under his beginning. Mugak said that he could act as he wants, but if he does not agree, then investigators can accuse him of treason. After some time, Jan, those demons of hundreds of swords, nevertheless appeared in the office of the young master. The guy immediately built borders and told him to turn to himself as the lord of the Pavilion of Justice, and not as an ordinary young master. Then the old man said that on the agenda that Vladika sent him, it was indicated that he was accused of treason. What does it mean? Mugat replied that everything was simple. It has already passed quite a lot of time before he deigned to appear, fulfilling the legal requirement of investigators. Jan, they apologized for not immediately obeying the decree on the arrest. But the guy must understand that in such a complex organization, which is a cult, you have to maneuver between islands of other people's interests. In addition, he could not lose his face in front of his people. Mugat understood him. The man believed that in the end, that because of which Mugek called him was not supposed to be such a serious problem. After all, There is nothing unusual in what happened, just children's showdowns. He thought that they would be able to agree with Mugug, because the pavilion management in the future would require external support and additional money. Although the man embellished, but nevertheless veiledly offered Mugek a bribe. The old man also said that if the brunette wants to become an heir, then he will definitely need their support. He knows that the majority supports his older brother. Mugget told him that if he helps him, then the guy would be happy to support him. They promised that he would serve the guy a good service, and he was preparing to collect his people to tell them about it. But Mugak suddenly stopped him. The guy asked, didn't the old man hint at what would help him after he left prison? He correctly understood his words, but intentionally played Ulzil. The man told the master of the pavilion that he had a kind of sense of humor, but the guy was not joking. They talk about such a serious crime as intimidation by the murder of a family member of the investigator. They clearly indicated that he had never threatened any investigator, but his own words had nothing to do with business. And the investigator, who was threatened, has already given his testimony. The rules of the cult establish the words of the official of the Pavilion of Justice, with priority testimonies when making a decision on punishment. After all, these rules were created specifically in order to maintain the power and authority of the Pavilion among other cult organizations. Probably, John did not know about the situation, because the Mugat himself only recently plunged into the legislative basis of his new position. Too many now believe that everything will get away with them if they simply deny all the accusations. For such cases, this law was created. Therefore, Mugug invited a man to write sincere confession, and he promised to reduce the term of imprisonment to 10 years for this. And if he continues to deny everything, then his term, on the contrary, will increase to 20. The man decided that the investigator was clearly crazy, but Muge simply wanted to achieve justice by any means. Yan asked him why the young man was doing this. The guy recalled that Yang Wo attacked his peer and almost scored him to death. And this was not a one-time action. Torture and bullying continued regularly, years. And Yan Those, his parent, threatened the investigator by the murder of his relative in order to make the case against his son closed. And after that, he still dares to ask the master, why is he doing this? The man flared up. Does Mugek really think that there are no general concepts because he is not a miserable guardian of the warehouse like a victim? This was a sad and at the same time that possessed the terror statement. Since the man had already gone to the threats, Muget decided to speak differently with him. But Jan warned, if the master dares to touch him, then the demon of the blood sky will not stand aside. Muget was sure what else would remain. When the guy executed the army general, who was his brother, he did not intervene, so why would he intervene in the fate of his subordinate? From anger and hopelessness, a man broke a wooden table that was between them, a fist. And again, he moved to the threats. The master of the pavilion sarcastically asked if the man would really begin to threaten him to kill a family member. His time has passed. Mugak left the room and told the man to write a confession so as not to bury himself in the grave even more. When he left, he heard a piercing cry of a man who was trapped, but there was not a drop of pity in the soul of Mugek. It seems that the cult in a past life fell not only because of the enough of Mugi. If a miserable mercenary threatens the investigator of the Pavilion of Justice, then they have serious problems. He even tried to influence him. Their cult had to be urgently changed. Outside the Pavilion of Mugek, a demon of the Blade of Bloody Heaven was already waiting. He sat in the middle of the courtyard and calmly drank his filing. Noticing the announced young master, he greeted, and then he suggested that the young man sit next to him and drink with him. The guy got a job opposite the demon without saying a word. The demon said that he warned Mugek that nothing good would come of their meetings. Mugek noted that it was the demon that was constantly looking for private meetings with him. The old man drained his glass with one sip, and after that he said that he recently recognized Mugek from the other side. When he won the martial art tournament and made his desire to the leader of the cult, the man mentally shouted to himself that the guy did everything right. Such a desire is the choice of a smart person. It also seemed to Brunet that it was an excellent solution. But as it turned out, this was only the beginning. He forced the demon's sword to cry. Mugak asked if a man thinks that his sword is crying because of him. It seemed to him that these tears were caused by deep sorrow. After all, his students humiliated Mugek at the tournament, and his other follower insulted his subordinates. The younger brother of the demon used the army of a demonic cult for his own purposes, and the commander of his detachment of soldiers threatened the investigator to put pressure on the court. The sword cries because he grieves about those who surround his master. After all, they do not correspond to the spirit, character, and will of their master. The eloquence of the young man caused demon delight. But still, Mugek is still too young, so the guy asked the man to enlighten him. to show the insight of the whole situation. Then the demon clung to the guy's words that those who surround him did not correspond to him. However, this is not true. Everything is exactly the opposite. They repeat his character and his will. He's just like that person. Mugek so was known that the demon of the blood heaven is not an ordinary elder. With those who have pride, a sense of honor, and for a long time, it is much easier to deal with. The demon ordered the guy to let go of Bekpogaya, whom he took into custody. Due to his actions, the morale among the old warriors fell, but Mugek was stubborn. Only if the investigation proves that he is innocent, he will be free. The demon, like the last time, was furious, and the air around him was inflamed with a red flame. Mugug suddenly felt his whole body twisted by hellish pain. The spiritual energy of the demonic sword of bloody heaven at a completely different level. Now Muguk understood why his father said that time had not yet come. The demon decided to give the young man one advice, but Muguk immediately refused. If the old man came to him to apply for justice in the work of the hall, then please. However, he should not give advice on how to better understand this case, or try to warn him about something in another way. The demon, although he remained annoyed, but still let go of the young man. And suddenly he noticed that the young man is absolutely right. In their days, you rarely meet a person who can speak so bluntly. Mugug said that the old man should remain vigilant. Calm waters sooner or later become stagnant, and no one in their time wants to be in muddy water. When we plunge into something, we are attached to this, and then we miss the opportunity to give things to go our own way, trying to influence them all the time, frowning his affection. But Mugug and a demon are not one of those who can afford to enter stagnant muddy water and stay in it. Therefore Mugug advised the man to take the opportunity. Let dirty water leave and clean in its place. These people are not worthy of the protection of the elder. After listening to all this, the demon only offered the young man to drink together. He handed the guy a glass at which he looked a little suspicious, but still accepted the invitation. The old man said that he would allow muddy water to run away. The guy, taking a filled glass, smiled and said that this was a wise decision. However, he did not expect that the demon would suddenly say that he wanted Muga to become his new pure water. The guy hesitated for a moment. What exactly the demon, docs he, does it mean? Suddenly he said that if the guy really wants to become a heavenly demon, then let him drink the bowl extended to him, and the old man will become a support for him. Just think, the demon of the blade of bloody sky made him such an offer. But after all, everyone knows that he openly supported the older brother of Mugwek. And now he changed his decision? Mugat and asked him about this. Did not man support his brother? But Dox with a grin replied that it was before he found out that Mugat had so much traveled. Mogak thought that the old man who had gone of them was two of them. He is ready for anything for the sake of ambitions. The guy killed his younger brother, made his student disabled, and put his subordinates to the bars, and he invites him to become a support on the way to the throne of the lord of the demonic cult. Dox told Mugek that as soon as the chicks leave the cozy nest of their parents, they become strangers to each other. Therefore, the loss of a younger brother did not bring unbearable pain to a man. For him, even a thorn, driven under the nail, was much more painful than the death of someone close. Also, formally, the demon did not join his older brother, as well as did not make any promises. Yes, if he had given it, is it unlikely to follow a person to follow the call of his heart and change his decision? The support of a person as a demon is the same as gaining a powerful army of thousands of followers. So Muguk was wondering why he chose him. Dox replied that the madness of the young man gives him confidence that he could entrust him with his fate. With such a prisoner, Muget can achieve everything that he wants. Perhaps, for a moment, Mugek succumbed to his own arrogance to be chosen by such an important person. But he completely trusted his words. He knows what dirty tricks the older generation can use to manipulate the younger ones. Does he want to become a heavenly demon? Everything that Dox said sounds as if it is worth trusting him, and the Mugkek will definitely achieve what he desired, having ascended to the throne. He appreciated a high appreciation of his actions, but told the demon that right now the guy is burdened by the duties that should strictly fulfill. He did not want his father to be disappointed in his behavior. If he finds out that Muget has neglected his position in favor of political games for his own benefit, he will say that the guy unscrupulously fulfills his assignment, and will be right. Then Dox asked, what would happen after Mugoki fulfills the Vladika's assignment? And if the heavenly demon will always keep Mugek in this position, will he slowly rot in the pavilion for the rest of his life? The path that the Mugek chooses can be only one. Either he goes the road to the heir to the Lord, or not. In the matter, the heavenly demon will take into account what Dox will follow his son. because even the fact that he chose Mugak is enough to attract the attention of the yard to him. Mugak understood that the old man was right, but there was one thing that he overlooked: the need to maintain discipline and order in the sect. This is the desire not only of the leader of the cult, but also of Mugak himself. He carefully examined his glass and said that he needed time to think about the offer. The demon agreed, because at least Mugak was honest with him. This is the right way out of the situation. After all, only a fool will drink only because he is asked. Dox took out his sword, which until that moment was stuck in the ground, and suddenly he waved to him at Mugak. He barely managed to react and block the attacking blow. The swords crossed so abruptly that even the sparks of the demon's energy rained from blades in different directions. He said that he wanted to hear the answer to the young man tomorrow. But Mugak insisted that he would give his answer 5 days later. The last word of the demon was, "Shaking days, he does not intend to wait anymore." And after that, the man, without saying anything else, left the yard, leaving Mugak alone. The next day came, and Mugak decided to conduct training for the investigators of the Pavilion. He forced men to stand in a bar on his fists, while a large and heavy log lies on their shoulders. None other than Young Ho was engaged in their training. He did not spare the guys, because despite the fact that the task was difficult, it was a basic exercise for the warriors of the demonic army, and they, like the guards of the Palace of Justice, should be able to withstand it. It was a very important point in their preparation, since the power that they will gain during these classes will remain with them forever. The FEO, who watched this along with Mugam, noticed that it looks very funny that Yang tries to do his job. His too responsible attitude and really at some points could look funny. But the FEO was interesting differently. Darren asked, as soon as Mugak managed to so successfully complete the last investigation. The perpetrators not only pleaded guilty, but also apologized publicly. Mugak, laughing, invited the guy to ask them on his own how they agreed to this. But the FEO was afraid that if it seemed to them, then he could not return from these two. Mugak did not answer, but said that Darren should contact the prison. Let Yang, those and his son be sent to the camera with the most stringent and difficult conditions of all available. They must bear punishment and face with the consequences of their actions. The FEO bowed and said that he would follow, if Mugak had not intervened, but the perpetrators would continue to enjoy a good life, while the victims, the Gvax family, would have suffered a sad fate. Because of such as Yang, those and his son, in the demonic cult there are hundreds of families like Gvax, and Mugak does not even know anything about them, and every day there are only more of them. Mugak is obliged to prevent this Sran to grow up. The actions of criminals like Jan should not remain unpunished. In the evening, Mugak went to Magashon. There was the opening of the new department of the Pavilion of Justice. Mugak announced the residents that from that moment anyone could come there if the followers of the cult committed a crime against them. The guy asked the inhabitants where they turned if they had a conflict with the masters of martial arts. They did not answer anything, because they did not even know that something could be done about it. All this time, they simply suffered such an attitude towards themselves and continued to live on. Most likely, even those who knew about the Pavilion of Justice never went there. Indeed, in order to get into the inside of the pavilion, the first to announce the purpose of his visit, to go through the personality test and search by the guards. And this procedure was repeated several more times until the petitioner reaches the Palace of Justice. But from now on, the Pavilion of Justice opens the door in the Magashon specifically for civilians. If they were subjected to criminal actions on the part of the martial arts of their cult, now they can immediately report this to the department. Mugak asked the innkeeper to smash the news of this all over the settlement, to tell the people of Magashon that they could freely contact officers without fear of consequences. After all, if someone tries to take any actions against the petitioner who has filed a complaint, only death awaits such a fool. People could not believe that this young master of the palace really did something for them. The innkeeper gave the floor that he would spread this news. And on the heart of Mugak, it became easier that now people will be able to fight problems, and not put up with the fact that they are oppressed. And this is just the beginning. He will protect the ordinary people of Magashon, novice masters of martial arts of low ranks, and indeed everyone who is weaker and suffers from injustice. He will make people understand that the lives of members of the cult are equivalent. He will adhere to this principle to the very end. Already closer to the night, the young man returned back to the pavilion. And there, as unexpectedly, a demon of a blade of bloody heaven was waiting for him. He asked the master of the pavilion, "Is he ready to drink with him?" Mugak said that he was ready and raised a glass from the ground, which he left in the yard during their last conversation. The demon filled it with new alcohol and ordered the young man to drink. But Mugak said that he needed a snack, namely, the army. Muguk said that he would drink only if Dox fed him an army of demons. He irritably asked if the young man understands that there was a natural order of things. Mugak asked if the snack for drinking is not a natural order. Dox recalled that, so he gave the guy 3 days. Does he have the impudence to set such absurd conditions? The patience of the demon at that moment ended. He promised that he would demolish the head of Mugak from his shoulders, and he himself would take her to the hall of the heavenly demon. Opponents grabbed their swords and prepared for battle, looking irritably at each other. Dox understood that it would not be so simple to kill Mugug, but it only started him even more. The demon immediately moved to the attack. Mugek managed to stop the fiery sword and not let him in his face. The forces of 2 incredibly powerful masters collided in a single battle, burning everything around, leading a terrible mess. Their swords were constantly crossed, but not one could conduct a successful attack. Opponents blocked all the blows. At some point, the Dox managed to hit so much that Muge could not resist his feet and flew off in the opposite direction. But the guy quickly grouped and continued the battle. This licked genuine interest in the heart of the elder. Maguga realized that he could not cope with the inner strength of a man, so he decided to try to use the tread of the god of the wind. He was interested to know if the demon of the bloody heaven blade could reflect his technique of the highest demon. But suddenly, Mugak thought that was still early. Time is on his side. It makes no sense to get involved in a risky battle without having a sufficient amount of energy. He repeated his demand, to provide him with an army of demons. The old man asked who Muget sees the demonic army at the head of the demonic army. Obviously not himself, because he already holds the position of master of the pavilion. Mugug said that he wanted to put Hanho at the head of the army. The demon was surprised that the guy was able to attract Ganho to his side. He sarcastically replied that the greed of Mugwek could lead him to the indigestion of the stomach. Then he said that it was the demon himself pushed the guy to this, and decided to stand on his side. In the end, the path that the madman goes is never simple. Then suddenly the demon relaxed a little. Madly, Mugak said that for someone else, everything could have developed differently. But would a person in his right mind decide to join Mugek in the struggle for the heritage of the head of the cult? The young master did not know what the ultimate goal of the demon of the blink of bloody heaven is. He died before he declared something like that. An amazing fact. Among 8 lines of demons, he died first. But how did such meticulous and cunning snakes manage to die at the very beginning of the conflict? Ultimately, the Dox became furious and said that the greed of Mugeka ruined the whole holiday. Therefore, he jumped up and took off, not wanting to continue this conversation. Muget already knew that the demon would not give up his request. Because he is better than anyone else, he realizes, in addition to him, there are still 7 demons. 2 days later, Muget called Mr. Yang to his office. Ganyo asked the master, because of him, did the demon of the blood of bloody heaven put forward his candidacy for the post of head of the army? Then Mugug realized that his judgment regarding the demon was true. The very fact that Ganho came to the guy says that Yang is smart and thinks in advance. The brunette confirmed that he asked Dox about this service, but Yang was afraid that he could not cope with this position. Mugak told him not to be overly modest. Even a bastard coped with this position in his memory. Yang has a role model. He was sure that Yang would become the greatest commander of the demonic army in history. The man still believed that the young master overestimates him. But perhaps it was the warrior who underestimated himself. In any case, besides him, there are other candidates. So it remained to wait for how it would end. Then Yang had to agree. Mogek told him to wait, but he planned to move earnestly further and create new opportunities for himself and his people. Therefore, in the evening, Muge came to his father. He was not in his usual robe, but with some lighter robe and with her hair loose. Mugak even thought, did his father really decide to change the style? He replied that this was just his pajamas, and then he asked what brought his son to him at such a late hour. Mugug said that it was not too late, just his father goes to bed early enough, and he invited him to be more careful, because enemies can know about it and plan some night attacks. Father asked to move closer to the topic. He came to inform his father that the blink of bloody heaven would become a weapon in his hands. The man was surprised. Wasn't the son recently said that he was going to kill him? But the guy decided that to kill such as a blade of bloody heaven was a waste of resources. He knew that for his father, this was not news. When the demon recommended Ganho to the post of head of the army, the heavenly demon probably realized that he was already on the side of the youngest son. But the man warned the young man that the demon would not be so simple in his hands, and Mugug was not going to tame him. He will just use it until he breaks. So far, he is worth the fact that Muget is his shore, and if the Dox wants to inflict a wound to him, then Mugek will accept this, because there is a big difference between them. The old sword will not withstand Zazubrin and will break soon, while the wound will heal on a guy, making it even stronger. Father told his son that it is always easier to say than to do. So why then did Mugat come? Report him about this? Mugug said that since he is now receiving money for maintaining from his father, to report on such things is his direct duty. Father asked if his son really asks him to act in accordance with the wishes of the young man. Does the father want to accept the recommendation from the Sword of Bloody Heaven? But Mugat just opposite to ask him not to support the recommendation of the demon. The heavenly demon was confused. Do not support? The brunette said that he wanted to take advantage of the chance and break the spirit of a blade of bloody heaven. It is so proud of itself, and is full of superiority that sometimes behaves as if stronger than the leader of the cult. The son wanted to crush this pride and tame his arrogance. The heavenly demon said that Mugek refuses the chance to get his man among the highest ranks of the demonic cult, only in order to crush the pride of one master of martial arts. But the truth was that the guy wanted to get something else from the Blade of Bloody Skies. And for this, he needs the demon plan to fail. And this is more important and more valuable than your person among the highest demons. Mugug said that his father would not be worried. The army commander will still remain with his man. The son intended to pick up everything. Father told his son to stop carrying nonsense and leaving. The guy only thought to himself that not one of his jokes, uttered this evening, would not be funnier than his father's pajamas. The next day, a blade of bloody heaven came to the heavenly demon and said that, no matter how much this was contradicting the leader's desires, it is worth noting that the young master has recently attracted attention inside the cult. The heavenly demon said that the blink of bloody heaven himself contributes to this. The demon only recently realized what remarkable young man became the son of a leader. He is still not mature. That is why Doxing had one proposal to the heavenly demon. He would like to help Mugek become an even more outstanding person. The heavenly demon gave the old man a complete freedom of action, because if he stands up, this will be an excellent opportunity for the leader's son. The blade of bloody heaven thanked the Lord. And then he asked, since the leader gave his fatherly blessing, he can provide full support for the actions of the Dox. The man asked what he meant. The demon wanted to ask permission to resolve the issue with the new leader of the army of a demonic cult. But the man remembered yesterday's words of his son that he would not want this. Therefore, he said that the question with the future leader of their army is not simple. Since the second son, so there is a lot of support. The father should not forget about the interests of the elder. Teaching students, a blade of bloody heaven learned one simple truth. If you support someone, then you need to invest all the strength and resources in this one person. The demon was often criticized that he was not able to do this. But the heavenly demon was all the same, because he, unlike the old man, simply kills the one who dares to insult him, doubting his teaching methods. After that, he asked, would I want to discuss doxing something else, or is it all? The demon said that now he would probably be left. He did not tell the heavenly demon anything, but vague doubts crept into his head. What is actually hiding behind this strange indecision? If the leader decided to support the youngest son, he must do it to the end. In the evening, the blood of the bloody heaven reported to Muk, which it seems the leader of the cult patronizes his first son, not the youngest. Mugak pretended to be surprised to hear it, but in fact this was part of his plan, to convince the demon of this. The guy then said that, it seems, his relationship with the Dox is doomed to be bad. After all, if he loses to his older brother in something, shouldn't the old man compensate him for this? He asked if the young man hints that he is not good enough. Mugak corrected himself and said that he simply wanted to notice that the blood of bloody heaven is not without flaws. This very angry the old man. He then told the young man that it was impossible to make Ganho the leader of the demon army from the very beginning. Mugak asked if the man was already giving up. He said that only it makes no sense to cling to the impossible, but for the guy it looked as if the demon simply stopped, not even having achieved this. The level of anger of the old man every second became higher and higher. Mugat noticed that the first to come to Dox and offered him support. If he knew in advance that he could not achieve the goal, then he did not need to recommend Ganho that day on the council. Suddenly the guy took out his sword and drew a line between them on the ground. Earlier the demon said that between him and the Lord, a fairly high level of trust. The guy believed in these words and in this invisible difference in trust. But the true boundary of the confidence of the Dox, according to the young man, was much less, and he demonstrated it on Earth with the help of a primitive scheme. In response, the man had nothing to say. Mugak said that if he had taken up the case with the army commander, then this issue would be settled. And the demon invited him to try. He mocks the old man, so let him show how easy it is to do. But the demon was sure that if the guy tries, then nothing would come of it either. Mugak thought that Dox knows the heavenly demon quite well, but still decided to argue with the demon about it. Dox said that if Mugak does not manage to convince his father, then he will be obliged to serve the demon. Mugek asked what would happen if he wins. Then the demon thought for a while, and he said that in this case it would be ready to fulfill one of the desire of Mugwek. The request of Mugwek was quite complicated and courageous. If he wins, the demon will be obliged to get an elixir for him, and more than the mahjong pill. There is a reason why Muget asked him to get an elixir. He knows what exactly the docks has this. The drug capable of giving internal energy is greater than the famous mahjong pill. It will not be so easy for Mugek to make a Hanho commander and a demon to get him an elixir, so it was an honest dispute. Finally, Dox gave up. He promised that if the young man copes, he would bring him an elixir. Mugek was pleased with their deal. Therefore, in order to fix it, men crossed swords. After that, the demon left to return to his home. If Mugug drinks a potion, then he will not lose more of the eight of the great demons due to the lack of internal energy. And he knew how to win the dispute. The next day, Muget came to his father's right hand and told him that Ganho has real chances of becoming a commander. He would like to know how the elder will appreciate the chances of a man to win. He replied that 1 to 10, even taking into account the recommendation from the demon of the bloody sword. After all, the heavenly demon has already rejected this option, and it is known for never changing decisions made without extremely significant reasons. Mugug knew it better than anyone. Then Mugak asked if Ganho will become higher if he provides him with another recommendation. The man asked if it would be someone else from the 8 of the great demons. The young master said it was. If this really happens, then the chances of Ganho to become the commander of the demon army will be high, because the second recommendation gives Vladika the worship of the right to reconsider his decision. But is it possible? So or not, Muget was going to try. The guy left, and the elder could only hope that under the second recommendation, Mugek did not mean Soin Ren. After the office of the elder, Mugek went to the warrior from the clan of the Sword of the Northern Heaven, Pai Yung Taik. He arrived at the Pavilion of Justice, as certain accusations were put forward against him with one girl. But the man persistently said that all this is slander. Maybe someone bribed her, or he treated her badly, so she lurked the insult, but he certainly did not show any violent actions in her direction. Mugek did not think for long and allowed the man to conduct a confrontation. The guy ordered the FEO to let this girl into the office. Surprisingly, she turned out to be much younger than Muget expected, was a child. The man immediately attacked her, began to scream, ask why she says such things about him. Mugug warned him that if a man once again raises his voice, then there would be no confrontation. The investigator asked the girl if this man did indecent things with her. She nodded, but Jungtaike flashed again, and so loudly began to scream at her that the girl trembled and cried. Mugug drew the attention of a man to the fact that the girl shakes with fear of him. Moreover, the guy already knew that Mr. Pa threatened the girl with the fact that if she tells someone about what had happened, he would return and kill her mother. Theka tensed. Will the investigator believe the child? Not him? But then suddenly 2 more girls entered the room, a little older than the first. All of them at different times worked for Mr. P.E. The man immediately recognized them, although they have grown a little since then. Muget has already taken out a verdict. He knew that the master also mocked these 2 girls, not forgetting to threaten their parents. He played with them for 2 or 3 years, and then threw it to find a subordinate to the younger. The man realized that there was no longer any sense in making excuses, so he recognized his mistake, and asked the investigator about condescension. After all, no one has yet been put in prison for entertainment with the laity. The master confirmed that this has not happened yet. Mr. Pei vowed to him that this would no longer be repeated. He is even ready to sign recognition. But Mugak said that there was no need to go so far. The nobleman would not be put in prison. A monstrous fright instantly painted on the faces of the girls, and young Tek shone, starting to frantically thank the guy for this gesture. But his gratitude was interrupted by the sword of Mugak, with which he in an instant deprived the man of his head. Instead of prison, execution was waiting for him. The lifeless body fell onto the parquet, and Muge ruthlessly hid the sword in the scabbard. The one who was mocking the girls is now dead. Nothing threatens their families. Now they could live and not be afraid for their future. And the fact that this monster had created with them will remember Mugug until the end of his life. But let the moment when their offender paid for his atrocities, at least a little easier for them. This is the best that Mugug could do for these children. The eldest of the girls bowed to the master and thanked him for giving this man to merit. All 3 burst into tears, but it was not the tears of bitterness, but rather tears of relief. Mugug was painful to see their tears. He told them that he did not need to thank him, because only their courage and will come here allowed the guy to punish the master. They earned this revenge, so Muge asked them and continue not to be afraid, and live a calm life. After that, Darren brought the girls out of the pavilion. Mentally turning to his father, Mugek thought that if they were not able to protect the sex in the face of those who own the strength, then they will lose all respect, and political opponents, so hated by them, will be thrown on their neck. Although no, they will not be thrown off. But they will simply cut the throat, because with a cut throat, they will have nothing to say in their defense. After that, Liakadu, an excited An, rushed into the room. She said that the murdered was a member of the clan of the Northern Heaven, and they would not leave this so. Is Mugek not scary? But the guide, trembling in his knees, was afraid only that he would die and would not clean all this rot from the sect. Since he became the head of the Pavilion of Justice, things in the cult are going better and better. If this goes further, then will their cult really be righteous? Eat the Alliance Murim? But the guy did not think so. Violence is a deviation from the norm, and its absence does not mean righteousness. Until now, they did not pay such attention, and it was wrong. Mugek asked the SEO of Doran to send a message to the clan of the Sword of Northern Heaven. Let him notify them that during the investigation he had difficulties, and he will tell about this to the Lord personally. It was for this, without delay, that Mugek appeared in the palace. One of the servants of the Lord of the Pavilion of the Northern Heaven was led by Mugek and Darina directly to their mistress. They were already waiting for them there. The Lord was a restrained young woman in the same bright robe as that of her subordinates. Her name was Ilsha Soinren. This girl will not give this look for more than 20 years, but in fact she was twice as long as Mugek. A proverb even appeared in the cult. The world is changing, but Soiren, no. Moreover, it seemed to many that every year she was only getting younger. Mugek had not had the honor to talk with the elder for a long time, so he was very happy about their meeting. The woman could not get used to the appeal of the elder, so she asked to call her just older. However, given their age difference, Mugek could not use such an appeal to her. But she did not believe that they should pay tribute to people only because of their age. They should respect only those who are really worthy of this. If someone is young, but at the same time deserves respect, then it must be provided to this person. Therefore Mugek said that he would turn to the woman the way she wanted, and hoped that she would call him by name. After that, he introduced Darren and said that this is a special investigator who was engaged in the investigation of the crime known to her. But the girl did not even want to hear any details. If the Pavilion of Justice considered that a crime occurred in the cult, then it was so. She believed that anyone who dares to harm the health of a young servant deserves death. And their sect will not ask any questions to the investigator in this case. Mugek and Darren looked at each other. So the CEO realized that he should leave Mr. and Madame alone. Then she shared with the young master that she heard that thanks to the stubborn work of one modest person, their cult underwent changes. Mugek did a huge job. This became possible only due to the fact that the great demons were an unshakable support for him. The woman said that the young man may not bother herself with flattery in her direction. Mugek was struck that she also called herself an old woman, although she hardly looked 20, but she believed that it was absurd. Soon it will be time for her to retreat and devote the rest of her life to the search for enlightenment. But Soenrin lived a life that completely does not correspond to these words. After the death of his father in a past life, 8 of the remaining great demons, chapters of internal sects or worship clans, fought for the legacy. Let them all were incredibly strong and powerful. Only one strongest turned out to be. As a result, the power passed into the hands of Soenren. Throughout her reign, the cult was drowned in the blood. Perhaps if it were more skillful in politics, all this might not have been. As a result, she could not hold out in power even for 3 years. She was killed by the next leader of the cult. Mugek admitted to her that when he was given the case of Mr. Pei, he experienced a huge pressure. She must have heard that his pavilion had recently had quite a lot of friction with the docks and a clan of the Bloody Heaven. He deliberately mentioned docks to evaluate her reaction. After all, everyone knows that among the 8 lords she has the most bad relationship with him. Because of this, 2 fractions were constantly conflicting, like a cat with a dog. Mugek said that he was trying to influence the decisions made by Mugek. And now, again, a loud business, a new conflict. But now with a clan of a Sword of Northern Heaven. But Soenren was not at all a man like him. Mugek knew this perfectly. The woman also heard that recently, Doxa recommended Hanho to the post of commander of the demonic army. She asked Mugek if he knows anything about this. The guy said that Ganho is a very capable and faithful to the cult of a person. And, directly, he is a protrusion of Mugek. Mugek persuaded the demon to recommend Ganho, hitting his pride. Allegedly, he told the demon, shouldn't the choice of the future commander be based on the merits, skills, and capabilities of a person? and not on political connections and incomprehensible personal favoritism. The woman said that doxing would not touch such a reason. Muguk said that perhaps he simply did not want to lose to Madame Ilyu. The guy lied that the demon personally told him something. Allegedly, among all 8 great demons, a blade of bloody heaven is more devoted to the sect. However, even for him it turned out to be impossible to make Ganho the commander. The great strategist proposed one way to fix this, but Mugek cannot call him simple. The woman asked what he suggested. Muge replied that he said that this decision could be made if a similar recommendation came from another sect of their cult. But the problem lies in the fact that no one is interested in cooperation. But Soinren did not agree with him. Does he think that Dox is the only person faithful to cult? Mugak hastened to get better. He did not mean this. She understood the reason why Mugat came to her. He wanted a woman to join the recommendation of Dox, even if it hurts her pride. Still, she understood the true motives of the young man. So it's time to show sincerity. When games and combinations are intertwined with the truth so closely that it becomes difficult to distinguish from each other, then the true taste of a real intrigue is revealed. The guy admitted that she correctly understood his intentions. She must have wondered what the hell the stubborn old man went so far, and threw his pride in order to work with Moog. The girl looked at him strictly. Now she realized why the leader of the cult assigned her son the head of the Pavilion of Justice. The woman suddenly approached the Mugek so close that a few centimeters remained between their faces. She looked into his eyes. Soinren said that Mugek has a special charm, knows how to touch the hearts of people. Her lips blurred in a smile. Having pulled away, she surprised the guy by agreeing to give Ganho her recommendation. The woman turned away, showing that the conversation could be finished, but she would not change her decision. In the end, she said that this gesture of Muget can consider as an attempt to prove that Dox is not the only great master to cult. The young man bowed to her and promised that her help would never forget. Somehow, but he nevertheless knocked out what he needed. Perhaps Soinren thought that Mugak could become the heir, and was frightened that Dox understood this was the first. Therefore, with her assistance, she wants to monopolize the rights to Moog. At the end, she despises the Dox so much that she would not give him a piece of horse manure on the road. And the proof of this is the fact that the first person whom the lady killed in a past life, becoming the lord of the cult, was Dox. The great strategist, discussing what happened to the heavenly demon, admitted that he did not expect that the young master would attract a woman. The heavenly demon guessed that the son took advantage of the hostility of the two masters. Then the elder asked his advisor if he believes that this Ganho is really able to lead an army of a demonic cult. The man replied that his abilities were beautiful. However, it can be called a good master of martial arts more than a politician. But the elder believed that the young master was not mistaken with the choice. The heavenly demon thought that the son was more likely to act on emotions, and initially did not know about the real talents of Hanho. But the elder thoughtfully replied that emotions give both weakness and strength. The leader inconsistently said that this is weakness, but instead of arguing, he would like to hear the leader of the question of interest to them. Since 2 of the great lords chose this warrior, they were obliged to make a decision in his favor. In the end, you cannot stomp from the pride of the great masters. Therefore, the heavenly demon confidently announced that he was appointing Hanho the head of the army of the cult. The elder bowed to him and took responsibility to notify people about it. Having learned the latest news, Mr. Young immediately found Mugwek. He wanted to thank the young man for his assistance, and did not even imagine what he could give a guy in return. Mugak smiled and looked thoughtfully into the distance. He said that given the character of Ganho, he really could not repay the young man for the service provided. The man asked in surprise why Muget thinks so. He said that he advanced a man for the post of commander for 2 reasons. First, Mugak believes that Young is best suited for this position, and we are not talking about the benefits of this purpose for Hanho or Mugek, but that the cult and their army will acquire in the person of Yang. The man was very modest, believing that he was not worthy of such a high assessment, but he was flattered that Muga thinks so. And the second reason for such actions of Mugwek was that he hoped that the army of the cult would become his reliable ally. Mugak asked the man how he thinks. Why did the first and second reasons not conflict? But because the righteous Hana will not be easy to maintain personal relations with someone outside the army. Mugat was not going to force Ganho to be friends with him as an appointment, but he would be very happy if they had gotten along. The man stated that if Mugat believes that he is able to sacrifice his personal attachments for the sake of a cult, then he is mistaken. He filed a complaint because of the death of his combat comrade. Then he wanted one, revenge. So Ganho is a very sentimental person, who puts personal attachments above everything else in life. Therefore, Young promised to serve Mr. Gimavira and Truth. And this does not cancel the fact that he will obey the lord of the cult and put life on the altar of improving their army. But most of all, he will be devoted personally to Mook. Ganyo was even better than Muga thought. He was looking forward to their joint work. Young could say the same thing. After this conversation, Mugek met with the demon of the blink of bloody heaven. Mugug, seeing him, said that his constant presence nearby made him feel as if under the protection of a stoneworker who was looking after him. The man asked irritably, "Is it really because his head is empty, like any stone statue?" The guy answered with a smile that this was not so. The demon, a little reluctant, but congratulated Mugak on the fact that Ganho was appointed commander. Mugak thought that the man would be furious due to the fact that the young man had attracted to Dem Soinrin, but he was surprisingly calm. However, the guy should remain on the alert. This old man is able to make a surprise at the most unexpected moment. The demon asked how Muge convinced the girl. The guy said he would tell if Dox promises not to be angry. Mugug said that he pressed her pride, saying that Dox is a true demonic lord who is baking about the welfare of a cult, and he apologized for using the demon in this little intrigue. But the old man was well clear that the guy actually used in the intrigue. There was not a single chance that the cunning woman would not notice the small trick of the young man. The man warned that Soinrin would still play all his cards, and the young master would not be happy about this. Most likely, she will keep Mugak from meetings with Dox under the pretext of Hanho's help. He was interested in what Mugat would do in such a situation. The young man replied that this was the first to come to him with his proposal. No matter how the woman tried to use her help against him against Mugat, but the demon was the first to try to help Mugek. He appreciated it. Then the demon decided to make the guy an offer, which he could not refuse. And he handed the young man a small wooden box. Inside her lay an elixir promised by a man. He looked like a small, bluish, muddy ball. It was a heavenly elixir, the one that Muget asked. The guy was shocked. Is the warrior just so ready to give it to the young man? He was sure that the demon of the blood of bloody heaven would get off with an excuse that he had nothing suitable, or uses any other excuse to leave the jewel at home. Dox kept this thing for a very long time. He limited himself without taking the elixir, and now he really gave it to the young man. His honor was higher than to abandon the previously given promise. The man irritably threw his sword, sticking it into the ground, and then he drank alcohol so as not to worry so much because of what was done. He sat on a stone block, putting his legs under himself, and turned to Mugek. The old man honestly admitted that he wants to devote the rest of his life to service. The blade of bloody heaven laid out his trump cards on the table. He did not even try to cunning or make some new plans to play with Moog. He said everything without hesitation, without a doubt. Once Mugug told his father that the blood of bloody heaven is unworthy. Now he was ready to refute his words. If a man went so far, then the young man is obliged to take care of him properly. Mugug sincerely thanked the old man for the trust rendered. The guy said that he was going to absorb the elixir here and now, and asked the demon to protect him while he would meditate. The demon was outraged that Muget was about to drink an elixir right with him. But the guy believed that since Doxa was given to him this elixir, the guy was right to accept him only in the presence of the old man, to ensure the protection of another person while he is engaged in the circulation of energy, more than just a service. Believing yourself in this way to another person is the highest degree of trust among martial arts. Therefore, the demon was very surprised that the young man trusts him so much. If the poison was mixed in the elixir to protect, he would patiently expect an antidote from the old man, but he was sure that the elixir was clean, since the old man would not use such low methods. The blade of bloody heaven caused a defiantly and suddenly, but what if the instincts of the young master deceive him? In this case, he would be going to reflect on this when the right moment had come. After these words, the guy immediately brought the elixir to his lips and swallowed him. He fell inside and instantly disappeared into a youthful body. He began to split slowly, directing his particles along the guy's veins. He slowly mixed with blood, filling the guy's body with such a sharp influx of energy that he, closing his eyes, barely restrained her so that she would not harm his body. He could barely direct her evenly, otherwise such a large sudden volume of force could tear it into pieces. Thanks to the elixir, the amount of its internal energy has increased many times. When the guy finished meditation, the demon asked him what the elixir tasted. The guy answered pretty much worthy. He has not tried anything so beautiful in his whole life. This made the man repent of the fact that he had been waiting for so many years and did not absorb him many years ago. Mugug told him not to be upset and dared to assure that he had absorbed the elixir about 10 times more efficiently than the old man could do. Now, even if the young man will have to encounter a blade of bloody heaven in a battle with a demon, he would not lose due to a lack of internal energy. Noticing that Muge was thinking about something, the old man came closer to him. He looked suspiciously at the young man. Who was this arrogant insolent? How could he make the demon's mind turn everything upside down? Moreover, he got into confidence so much that he led the man to give him an elixir. Then the young man decided to demonstrate in his eyes the power that he found today. He is the one who is ready to lead the cult with himself to the new peaks. Unless, of course, the old man lives up to this point. The atmosphere around the young man was heated, and his internal energy began to uncontrolledly emit into the air. There was a lot of it. The power of such a young guy scared even a blade of bloody heaven. The guy asked the elder if there is something in this world that he wishes with all his soul. The man thought about it. What desires can an old man have his age? He simply continued to go with the flow. He was forwarded by the river of his past. But Muka noticed that it was painfully restless for the one who says such things. The man opened his mouth in a dumb indignation. Mugek said that when the old man makes him give all his way to the full, at times, the guy seems to be dropping an old man from his shoulders for a dozen or 2 years. And at such moments, the guy felt a furious flame that rises from the depths of the soul of the demon. He really looked like that from the side. It was a relief for the old man. He was flattered, and then he was already afraid that he was completely burned out. Mugak understood what the elder felt. No matter how much ambitions, desires, and aspirations you have, time will take part of them. The young man closed his eyes and sighed heavily. And then he smiled at the old man and offered to drink together. What the demon was extremely surprised. Why does the guy offer him a drink if he lost the argument? Mugak argued, saying that at the moment when the old man gave him an elixir, he won. The guy agreed to take a bowl from the hands of the elder and become a new pure water in his plans. Mugug did not know if he would succeed, but from that moment he was going to make every effort to make the blink of bloody heaven one of his neighbors. The man looked doubtfully at the bottle of alcohol, but then he still poured a glass of a glass. And Mugug for a second, not Hebding, drained the bowl completely. This meant the beginning of their joint work. Mugug said that if a blade of bloody heavens in the future is gathering to arrange something out of the ordinary, then let him make sure that the guy can figure it out. The man thought about the words of the young man, and then he laughed loudly, pleased with his mood and determination. The guy asked the man to pour him to him, and he did it with joy. Mugat understood that even though the old man laughed sincerely, he still did not fully discover his heart. And he is not the person who can be judged by the fact that you see through the gap of the barely ajar door. Muguk is not known what is hidden behind this very door, and all their further relations will be built on what will be behind it. Either the young man will burn in his flame, or the old man will die from his sword, or maybe they will become friends for life. The day when this door opens, everything will solve. Immediately after the conversation, Mugak went to the training room. He needed to experience what the sensations in battle would be after the consumption of the elixir. Thanks to the increased amount of energy, its techniques have become more accurate and fast. Right now, the guy could fight without any problems on equal terms with the commander of the army of the cult and heavenly twins. But this was still not enough. The guy should achieve the best. The stronger it becomes, the better. Suddenly, someone went into the training and told the guy that his energy was felt at a completely different level. It was the heavenly demon itself. Mugug rather told his father that the blink of bloody heaven gave him his elixir. The man was not even surprised, because he knew very well that the old man had such an elixir. Because the heavenly demon himself gave it to the old man, a long time ago. Then Mugug realized that the large scale of trust that the demon was demonstrated by the young man at their first meeting meant. The demon did not lie to the guy. He really was in good standing at the heavenly demon. Father asked his son that he put as a bet against the demon when he argued on the elixir. Mugek replied that himself. In this case, the father had to admit that the deal for the old man was losing. Muget reported that he had just begun to embody his plan. The next he plans to revenge heavenly twins. Father did not even react in any way. It was strange. He would have called the plan of his son nonsense earlier. But now, he just listens. Mugek asked why his father was silent, and he admitted that he simply thinks that his son could do it. He finally recognized the value of the young man. Before leaving, the man only advised the guy to train harder, and Mugak thanked him for appointing Hanho commander. But this decision was made not because of the request of Mugak, but because it was recommended by 2 demonic lords. The guy suddenly told his father that if he is happy, then all those who surround him will also be happy, and the cult will flourish. The man wanted to tell his son that he would die with such judgments, but the guy actually said this seriously, which he admitted. Father carefully looked at his child. He warned his son that if he followed the path along which he already takes his first steps, then he should forget about happiness. But Muge was going to go this way to the end and still become happy. He will do everything to achieve this. The next day came. Sunrin carefully walked around the flower field. The flowers seemed truly beautiful to her. They say that growing up and becoming older, flowering bushes only gain new facets of beauty. Together with her, Muget was on the field. She told the young master that for him, this future will come very soon. But Mugug knew that even if he became older, then it would not have any meaning for him. The guy came to sincerely thank the woman for her help and, in the sign of his appreciation, brought her the liquor. She appreciated his attention, but did not drink alcohol, ceased for a very long time. Mugak apologized for his ignorance. In fact, Mugug knew that she did not drink alcohol. But he brought him in order not to impress a person who knows her too well. It may seem excessive caution, but this is not so. You need to move gradually, step by step. This is how trusting relationships with people are building. Mugak said that he was taught that you should always repay for the help you received. Therefore, the guy would like to know if something he can do for a woman. She thought a little, and said that the younger one better burst with the connection with the blade of bloody heavens. It was exactly the answer that he expected to hear. Mugak asked for what reason she thinks so. The woman said that the old man's ideals are far from those to which Mugak strives. The guy wants to turn their cult into a place filled with order and discipline, while the old man hates any obligations and imposed rules. Mugat asked for forgiveness, and said that he could not break off the connection with the docks. This noticeably hit a woman. However, Mugak had no other choice, since the man gave him a gift too valuable. In a normal conversation, he would not mention this, but now he wanted to talk with a woman about this gift. Because I wanted to make them both with his allies. It was difficult for the guy to talk about such a personal gift. But the woman believed that they had enough confidential relationship to discuss this. Mugak admitted that she rendered him a service, which means he will tell her about this as a gesture of gratitude. Mugak said that the man gave him a pill from the heavenly elixir. The woman could not believe that such a miser transferred something so valuable to the young man. The guy smugly said that, it seems, the demon came to the conclusion that Mugak is more valuable than the pill in itself. He once again thanked the woman for his help and said that if she needed some support on his part, then let him know. Before the young master leaves, she wanted to know what he was thinking about the blade of bloody heaven. The guy said that he was extremely eccentric, cruel, and does everything that would embrace him in his head. His first impression of a meeting with a man was terrible, but the closer he recognized him, the more from the better side he opened to him. The woman asked, didn't the guy's opinion changed from the pill presented to him? He did not deny this fact. She said that even if so, then a bet on a blade of bloody heaven is a wrong choice. If the young man wants to continue to receive support from a woman, then he will have to abandon the old man. Mugug said that in this case a woman should prove it to him. I must prove that it can be more useful than docs. He gave the guy a pill of heavenly elixir. If he must break his ties with such a person, then this should be very good reasons and appropriate justification. Sunrin asked, is the fact that such a decision will be made for the good of the cult is not a sufficient excuse for this? Dreams, ideals, loyalty. Mugek believed that those who offered nothing in return are trying to attract people with these words, and the brunette despises such people. Then the woman got angry in earnest. Muget stupidly withstood the influx of her inner energy, and said that he did not know what her opinion was about him, but he intends to commit something grandiose and great. In the future, he will meet many people and masters, and he is sure that he will not always be able to make the right decisions and make the right judgments. Therefore, he asked the woman to show him something that he could easily evaluate, something more valuable than that pill that the old man gave him. He wanted the lady to leave her opinion to herself. Without a doubt, a blade of bloody heaven is the one he needs. And that is why Seinrin is now hesitation. Suddenly she thought, and stopped scaring the young man with her energy. She asked him what he wanted. He replied that he did not want anything right now. For Seinrin, this sounded as a statement that she has no chance, because the guy already has a blade of bloody heaven. He said that he was sure that they would still meet with the mistress more than once, but now he should leave. The guy turned his back to her and a cunning smile appeared on his face. Due to the fact that he told her that he did not need anything, impatience would settle in her soul. In the evening, Mugek, familiar to him, met with a demon of a blade of bloody heaven. The guy said that he met with Soinrin, and she told him to cut off his ties with the old man, doxing as he knew that she would demand this. He asked if the woman called the reason why Mugek should do this. The young man said that according to the woman, they have two different ideals with the dox. The demon is too self-heated and undisciplined. Then the demon asked what Muget was going to do. Mugak jokingly said that he would unite with someone who would offer him the best conditions. If he has the opportunity to compare different options, he must do this, doesn't it? But so far, docs, so there is an advantage. Does he really think that Soaring can offer something more valuable than the pile of the heavenly elixir? The demon noticed that the woman could do this. If this helps her harm the old man, she will do it. Mugek decided to get distracted a little from the topic and asked why the lady and the old man could not stand each other. A blade of bloody sky thought for a while, gathering his thoughts. Mugek asked him, but he is already known to him. The old man asked if a person really needs a reason to dislike someone. Then Mugek suggested a man to drink. If you plunge into a pool of not the most pleasant memories, then the mood can worsen for no reason. Dox asked the guy how he sees him. He replied that it was cold rational, although it cannot be said that this can be considered a virtue. When the Dox is sad, he is sad. When a bad mood, he should speak out so that it becomes easier. The guy wanted to help the demon let go of negative emotions and become closer with him. Therefore, he asked the man to open and offered to treat him with a drink. Dox agreed and said that he would wait for him tomorrow in the Mangacon, and then carried away. Mugek was pleased that everything was going according to his plan. As agreed, Mugek met with a demon in Mangacon, in the tavern Punra. People cautiously looked at the powerful masters sitting at the next table. Mugek thought that the man would invite him to the house of pleasure, but the demon, contrary to the expectations of the guy, did not like such places. Suddenly, because the younger brother of Dox, on the contrary, loved such institutions, the blink of bloody heaven asked to change the subject of the conversation. Mugek agreed. In fact, he deliberately talked about it, so that the wounds in the heart of a man do not cease to bleed from constant memories. The owner of the tavern greeted new guests. Mugek tried to calm the owner, frightened by the appearance of the demon, by the fact that they came here, because in this establishment delicious food and good stew. The owner bowed, accepted their order, and left. Then the demon scolded the young man and said that he was too kind. The guy asked, "Is there something bad in kindness?" The blink of bloody heaven believed that attachment to people always ultimately leads to trouble. Here, take as an example the owner of this institution. Will the food be tastier if the Mugek will be kind with him? Or if the guy says that he will kill the man if he does not like the taste? If you look at the question in this vein, then the advantage was for a great demon. Mugek admitted that heartlessness helps to survive, but he would prefer does not get into the carriage, which follows such a route, because he believed that food prepared by a person in a good mood and joy in the heart would be tastier than the one that is prepared in fear and awe. The demon said that the day would come and this person will become little praise. He would want something more. And if you don't listen to him, then he will begin to criticize the visitor, and then curses. Such is human nature. But another outcome is possible. One wonderful day, he can return gratitude as a service, or save life. Such actions are also characteristic of the nature of man. The demon of the bloody skies of the bloody sky thought about the position of the young man, and said that they would see what this would lead to. When they brought them meat and drink, Mugek told the demon that he considered him more emotional than himself. But Mugek managed to block his sword with just a look. What, if not the highest manifestation of emotion? So the old man believed that the young man was mistaken. And in fact, the old man was right. Each interaction with Mugek causes new emotions in the old man. Those that were not before. Even now, Dox is talking to him in this tavern, although this is alien to him from a past life. And the old man even shows emotions that he did not notice after him before. Due to the conversations about the rightness, Mugek remembered that he wanted to tell the man that it was time to do the students. Otherwise, unnecessary skirmishes with the army and not only may begin. The guy replied that the elder was showing arrogance to the demon's statement that Mugek was arrogant. And then he was indignant even more. But did you leave things to go on as usual? Did the blood of bloody heaven show not disrespect for the leader of the cult and the rules? After all, the demon considered himself great. What does he care about what is happening to his students? The elder rose sharply from the table and tore him into chips. How did the young man blame him for something like that? People in the tavern were scared by the mess that the masters arranged, and Doc shouted everything in a full voice at Mugek. How did he dare an old man? Now he really wanted to beat the young man to death. Shouting at him, he began to break into the glancing people around him. But this situation should be resolved wrong. Mugek did not like that the Docs on emotions rude the owner of the institution, so the guy left a stack of gold coins on the next table. He apologized for the inconvenience and said that this money was compensation for the damage caused to the institution. The owner, stuttering, began to convince Mugek that in fact everything was in order. But Mugek insisted and paid a little more money to the man, asking them to bring them a new food and a drink. The demon asked irritably, "Does the young man really want him to behave the same?" Mugek said that if the old man does not want to do this, he may simply not break someone else's furniture. The path of the demon, which Mugek moves, did not provide for the fact that they could create nonsense in a fit of anger. Dox was again indignant due to the fact that some young man tried to teach his life. But the brunette only restrainedly asked him to stop screaming and transferring to the next table. The demon boiled with rage, but this time he tried to restrain himself. Mugek was a brazen boy, and according to the demon, truly crazy. Therefore, he decided to warn, if the young man betrays him, the demon will kill him. The frightened owner, meanwhile, brought them a new tray with an order. Mugek asked if Dox really intends to kill him in case of something. The man said that he was serious as ever before. Then the young master asked the elder to swear infidelity. Because this threat makes sense only when it passes for some time. First, the demon should show its devotion in practice. And if after that Mugek betrays him and leaves him, only then the demon will have the right to stick a sword into his heart. The man looked at him coldly but did not answer. Mugek filled his cup first, and then he poured it into the cup of the demon. And then he handed it to the old man. If he accepts it and drinks the contents, then this will designate an oath to them infidelity. With noticeable irritation, the Dox accepted the stretched bowl. Mugek smiled. He was sure of one. Now the demon did not clock with him with a glass, did not fully fix the oath. But in his mind he did this, and will certainly become an ally of Mugek in the future. At night, Seinren again came to the flower field to admire her favorite place in the light of the moon. A servant arrived at her and reported that a young master was drinking in a tavern with a blade of bloody heaven. The servant really wanted the lady to change his mind and realized that the Mugek was only an impudent boy. But the woman did not like these words, and she told the guy to follow the tongue. He restrainedly replied that he would have this instruction in mind. Mugek is not the young gentleman whom she remembers. The servant said that only a storm in the bowl, but the woman asked, what if this bowl is large enough to accommodate the whole Murim? The old bunch gives a pill from the heavenly elixir. Similar. Akin to the proposal of everything for himself for such as he. The Dox should have seen the potential of the heir in this young master. Muget, of course, showed himself from a rather unexpected side. However, this is not enough for the lady to offer him something like a pill of heavenly elixir. And this is what annoys her most. Did this old man see what she could not see in the guy? Is there really something that even the great master of the sword could not recognize? The servant carefully said that the lady would better rest. A new man was prepared for her, and the woman finally followed the advice of the young man. After meeting with the Dox, the man returned to the pavilion of the heavenly demon. For the first time in his life, he was led into his father's personal training hall. A huge iron plate was suspended in the middle of the room. A lot of holes were burned on it. Apparently, the father used it as a target. But it was not even ordinary iron, but 1,000-year cold iron. Leaving dents on it is very difficult. Mugek never saw this iron to be used for practice. Suddenly, a heavenly demon entered the hall. He told Mugek to stop turning his head and show him the tread of the god of the wind. The guy began to demonstrate. The tread of the god of the wind consists of 4 main techniques, with more than 900 variations. The way you understand these techniques determines your movements and the power that this martial art can give you. And the guy showed his father several of his combinations. But for some reason, his father looked at him strictly. He did something wrong? The father, on the contrary, was surprised that the son had already managed to achieve such a level in mastering this art. Perhaps due to the fact that his father recognized him, they spent time talking about martial arts. He shared his insight with his son, and even silently listened to Mugek. Moreover, he accepted them. Mugug would never have thought that his father would be so open and rational when it came to the use of techniques. During the conversation, he asked his son to close his eyes to share the insights that he comprehended. Mugak obediently did what he was asked. In his knowledge, he seemed to be deeper with the surface of the knowledge of technology every second. Thanks to the discussion of the art of acting wind with his father, his understanding of this technique has improved. The guy bowed the heads of we. He thanked his father for the instructions. Mugat promised that he would definitely return this good attitude. Or perhaps just make another contribution in favor of his father's pension. Tom did not really like the joke, as his son entered again, so he offered to finish and go together until the young man left. Mugat in amazement opened his mouth. The man noticed the confusion of his son and asked him what was wrong. He replied that his father had never invited him to dinner together. But the man considered that this was a strange reason for surprise. For him, it was not something out of the ordinary. Soon a beautiful table was set for them. Father said that if this is not enough, then the servants can bring more. Mugak obediently nodded and began food. Soon he noticed a slight tension of his father. Probably, he was embarrassed by the fact that today Mugek is not joking about and without. His father is simply unknown that right now he is sitting in front of him, the same Moog before the rebirth. In the past, he never strove for this. But now, When this happens to him, Muget finally began to understand something. In the most hidden depths of his heart, Muget always wanted such a relationship with his father. Soon the man asked if his son had food to the taste. The guy jokingly asked if his father wants to exchange cooks. He finally exhaled, getting rid of tension, and politely refused. Muget told his father that he has one request for him. He would like to introduce a person into their family. Father asked, "Does Muget want to marry?" The guy replied, "Not. He wants to convey the art of a heavenly sword, Lee, his bodyguard. He was going to teach her the full version of the art of a heavenly sword. Only by studying the flying heavenly sword can she defend the position of the Lord of the Ghosts. But this technique is transmitted only to members of the family of the heavenly demon, and no one else." Father strictly noticed that Muget always looked down at his lord brother, and now he wants to introduce his 7 bodyguards into his 7. Muget said that Li An means much for him, much more than the blood flowing in her veins, and with this technique it will achieve a lot. Father asked if Muget really wants to do this. After all, the heavenly sword is the personal technique of the sun. But Muget said that his personal technique will be the demonic art of 9 flowers. This is a special student. It is inaccessible to all family members, because it is transmitted only to the heir. Muget's words sounded confident. Suddenly the man approved the request of his son. Muget did not think that his father would just agree. But, despite the permission, there was one thing that Muget had to remember. The guy said he agreed to anything. He said that if someday Muget wants to kill one of the demonic lord, then he will have to first notify his father, and it doesn't matter who exactly this will be. Muget, of course, agreed. Having finished dinner, Muget called Li An to his training room. She came quickly enough. Muget turned to her officially enough, saying that there was a serious conversation. He announced that from that moment he would begin to teach her new martial art. The girl was extremely surprised by this, and then Muget said that he would give her the technique of heavenly sword, and her surprise became even more. She knew that this art is available only to members of the Vladika family. Muget smiled affectionately at her and asked if this is the only reason she refuses. The girl said it was. She's not going to teach this art. She does not need trouble. But then Muget said that he has permission from his father. He received permission to ensure that Leon become a member of their family. Then the girl asked if Muget really wants her to study his personal technique. He said that the girl needs to master the technique at least such a level to become a lord of ghostly shadows. And Muget has long been perceiving it as a family member. The girl was torn by the most diverse and strongest emotions. She continued to doubt how the right decision was. She never experienced anything like this. No one appreciated her as high as Muget now. Then the guy came closer and acquired the girl by the shoulders. For him, she has always been an invaluable treasure. The girl completely could not stand it and burst into tears, hugging the master. It was an incredibly important day in her life. For some time, the Muget focused only on Li An and several more things. He also responsible for his work in the management of the Pavilion of Justice, and also did not forget to engage in my own development. Li An, absorbing the teaching, like a sponge of water. It turned out that she was even more talented than Muget expected. Her iron will, constant training, and a thirst for development allowed her to progress in the knowledge of technology so quickly that even he was surprised. He also realized something. Teaching another person allows you to learn yourself. In his past life, he never taught anyone. Therefore, the mentoring of Li gave him an invaluable experience. Once, a general meeting took place in the Pavilion of Justice. Muget organized it for the first time in a long time. The subordinates confidently welcomed their leader, and Muget liked their mood. He collected them in order to add oil into the fire of their glowing hearts. Next to Muget, on a small table, stood a painted chest. He ordered the FEO to open it. He raised the lid and his face was distorted in confusion. The chest was scored to the top with money. Muget ordered Derain to transfer 1 pack of banknotes to each investigator. He obediently completed it. Muget said that this was his special gift to his employees. Of course, everyone was delighted and thanked the masters for such generosity. He gave them this money so that they realized that the Pavilion of Justice should not succumb to any external pressure. In other words, they should not take bribes. If they need money, they can come to Muget and he will give them a salary for a month in advance. If this is not enough, then he can also help. All employees nodded at once and agreed with their commander. After that, Muget released them and sent them to work further. When everyone dispersed, Darren asked Muget, how did he guess so successfully over time? How did he learn, for example, that IKHO needed money because his younger brother married? The FEO said that when Aiko's parents were alive, he spent all his savings on their treatment, and now he spends on his younger brothers. His pockets are always empty. Muget said that he did not know about it. But the FEO did not believe. And he did the right thing, because Mugug really knew everything. He accidentally got this information, and at first he just wanted to give Iko money, but decided to take this chance to make an indicative action for everyone. Mugak asked, "Is it really so important? How did he find out?" Darren said that very much. Fidelity does not appear out of nowhere. But the young gentleman told the SEO not to rack his head. This is just a trick, so that it is better to look in the eyes of subordinates. You can't fool the young man like that, because in a world where even such tricks are not used, people will still try to get hold of money at the expense of the young master. Mugak thought, but did not answer. And after that, the SEO stepped on. Soon Mugak headed for Dojon. There he decided to visit a blade of bloody heaven. He sarcastically asked if the master of the Pavilion of Justice appeared to arrest him. Then Muge answered the question with the question. Was the demon, for the time that they had not seen, managed to create a crime? In any case, the young man did not come to him for this. The blade of bloody heavens asked the true reason. The guy handed the man a small box and said that he wanted to give her to the old man. He took her in his hands and looked at a small object with a little suspicion. He asked, "What if this box bursts into his face with poisonous gas?" Mugek was angry with a strange joke, which was on the verge with a real accusation. He suggested that the man just open the box and not pull. The old man did so. Inside lay a small red ball. It was a poisonous wine of the highest quality. Mugug said that this was his gift for the old man's birthday. He even opened his mouth in surprise and his eyes widened. The guy was not mistaken. Today was the birthday of the demon. The man himself did not even remember this fact. He stopped worrying about such things for a very long time. But how did Mugak learn about this day? Mugug said that he, as a mother of the Pavilion of Justice, can find out any information about a person. Even how many trials of underwear have. He suddenly seriously asked how much. Mugak embarrassedly replied that it was just a metaphor. And once again I congratulated the elder on my birthday. On this he said goodbye. A blade of bloody sky asked the guy, did he really come to give him a gift? The guy said it was. A man should not feel obligated or look for hidden meanings. Dox asked if the young man would really leave that way. He said with a smile that he was a busy person, but he would be glad to meet in the evening in the tavern Punra. And after that he really left. And the man for some time thoughtfully examined the bizarre box. The evening came, and the picturesque sunset poured the sky with paints. Mugat was just returning home. But to his surprise, Swinren was waiting for him in the courtyard. She greeted Mugak and invited him to drink with her, relax after a hard day. The guy was not enjoyed by this idea, but still sat next to him. However, he recalled that the last time the woman told him that he had not touched alcohol for a long time. But she brought the drink not for herself, but for the young master. She poured him a full bowl, and he quickly drained it. The girl was surprised that he drank without even checking the drink. Suddenly, there was poison, but Mugak said that he did not check, as he was ready even for the poisoning version. He took out the same pill from his mouth that he gave and the demon. This pill not only prevents the spread of poison, but also helps to quickly remove toxin if it is in the drink. The woman looked with interest at the ball in the palm of the guy and said that, judging by the size, this is a pill in the highest grade. Mugak apologized for his tactlessness, but explained, saying that he knew that a woman did not feel good feelings for him. In such a situation, he simply could not drink what she prepared without taking precautions. She was hurt that the guy did this despite the fact that they drink he with Doka. He without any problems. Sunren asked Mugek, does he really not trust her so much? The guy said that before drinking the first bowl filled with the hand of Dox, they went through a lot together. There was no such thing between them with Soinren, despite the fact that she recommended Ganho Vladika. Muget also noticed that this choice of a woman was rather made not because of him. She supported Ganho, but this was not done for Mugak, but so that he would tear his relationship with the elder Dox he. Mugug would like to go with the eldest through a lot, and he wants to drink a she, poured with her hand without an antidote under his tongue. But Sunren thought that the guy only consoles her, and he already made his choice in favor of the Dox. To show the opposite, he put the antidote on the table and drank the full cup of suj, prepared by a woman. This really had a certain effect on it. She does not tolerate comparison with a bloody blade. Her pride tells her that if I had to choose between her and a bloody blade, Muget should choose her without hesitation. She is not one of those who would poison the drink. Sunren looked into the distance and asked the master to call her what he really wants. Mugak asked her to help him become an heir. However, to do this without a demand to break all connections with the elder of the Dox. She said that the master should be known that in this world only the parent helps his child free of charge, without any conditions. The guy smiled and said that this evening he would drink in the tavern Punra. If her soul will be calm, let him come. and the woman left the pavilion without saying a word. Entering the courtyard, Muguk saw his father, standing on the roof. The day-to-day for Mugak turned out to be difficult. First, two of the great demons, now the leader of the heavenly cult. Mugak asked his father, what brought him to the house of the youngest son? The heavenly demon replied that he only wanted to see how he lives. For the first time, his father visits his house. Not so long ago, they went to the first hunt together. Then they spent the first dinner together, and now his father first came to his house. Mugak invited him to enter, but there was nothing interesting for a man. To his son's proposal to take out a chair, his father also refused. He sat enough today. Then Mugak jumped onto the roof and stood next to his father. One doctor told him that a long sitting shortens the dead life. The longer you sit, the less you live. The heavenly demon asked his son if he wanted to live a long life. Mugat, of course, said yes because he still has a lot of accomplishments. And he asked, and if something, what does his father want, except that he is already a heavenly demon? He said that he did not need anything. However, it was more like the thought that he wants too much. This simply cannot be put in a short answer. Mugak admitted that he would once like to go with his father to the Central Plains, and he did not mean the Alliance Murim. He is about a simple journey. Just take a walk, see how people live. He heard that the snowy peaks of the mountains look majestic in the summer. The heavenly demon thought deeply about this, looking at the sky darkening by night. Later, Mugak came to the tavern, ordered to eat and thanked the cook for a delicious dinner, but the owner thanked him in response. Since the Department of the Pavilion of Justice was opened in their village, the number of people who wanted to smash after the drink sharply decreased. In addition, people began to pay on bills. Not only the owner, but the other citizens were very grateful to the young master. Even many of those present in the tavern in recent days received help from the pavilion. At that moment, a blade of bloody heaven entered the tavern, which with a grin noted that Muge was quite popular. The guy immediately approached the man and told all visitors that the old man had a wonderful character, so they could not worry and continue to meal. The last time it was just a misunderstanding. When they sat down at the table, Dox asked why the guy lied to people. Muget answered that this is a harmless lie. If a person paid for a drink and food, he must be able to calmly dare and not sit trembling because of fear of a martial artist. The bloody blade said that if they don't like something, then they can eat in another place. But Muget believed that in this case the demon should have paid for the visitor's account, who would have to leave without daring, and not even the righteousness of Mugak is a matter. This is a common understanding. The blink of bloody heaven asked, should the master, walking along the demonic path according to Mugek, should behave like that? He replied that demons are also people, and they should have some moral principles. Doxing was difficult to understand this, because in his picture of the world, Mugek was more like a spy from an alliance of Murim's alliance than a demon. Mugak did not think that he could be called a preacher of the demonic path. In his last life, he left the cult at an early age, traveled almost his whole life along the Central Plains. He met many people and saw different fates. The guy raised his cup of koju and offered to drink the elder for his birthday. He looked around in fright and told Mukka to be quieter. What is the good thing that it has become a year older? Does it need to somehow celebrate this? Mugek affably said that this is just an occasion to drink and have fun. A blade of bloody heaven noted that the youngest liked to drink more than it might seem at first glance. Previously, he himself enjoyed a drink, but now he almost does not drink. Suddenly, behind his back there was a cold female voice, which noticed that, nevertheless, the demon did not quit drinking completely. Both men synchronously looked at the girl who came. It was Sunarin. Mogak immediately caught himself, got up from his chair, and invited the woman to sit down for the neighboring one. She held on to rather proudly, but accepted the invitation. All three were silent until Swenren asked why Muge called her to this place. He replied that today is the birthday of the Elder of Dox. In childhood, he was taught that it doesn't matter how much you do not like, you are obliged to congratulate him on this holiday. And it seemed to him a good reason, so he invited the mistress that they could celebrate the three of them. In this case, the woman said that she could not join in the evening. Suddenly, a blade of bloody sky asked what exactly so upset her. She looked at the old man with a strict, icy gaze and asked, did he really not understand? He endowed her with the same unfriendly brilliance of his eyes. The woman began to scream irritably and accused the old man of something. He jumped up and began to blame her in response, but in the end, nothing of their dispute was clear. Sunren got angry and called the man a selfish idiot. He shouted at her, and she began to provoke him, saying that then let him get drunk and begin to create again that he would like to. But Mugak knew that they would not dare to pick up weapons, because the Iron Rule acts in the cult. The lords of the demons do not fight among themselves. Mugek tried to defuse the situation. He said that until midnight there is still a long time, so they can stay and see what would come out of this evening. But the woman did not even think to calm down. She was infuriated by such an attitude of the young master to herself. How much does he despise her, since he decided to crank this? He asked her to sit down, and he will explain why he brought her to this tavern today. He hoped that two great demons would make peace, as Mugek needed the help of both of them. Mugek found the behavior of the elders very stupid. He believed that it was possible if you talk more than once, then arrange a number of meetings and resolve the conflict. It is much better than curse each other, fight and hate. They said that the youngest was asking for too much from them. On the first day, Seinrin told him that he could not go with the same way with the docks. The woman headed for the exit, and the demon drank the last cup of suge. He was very angry at Mugek and that everything happened like that. In order to throw out negative emotions somewhere, he broke the table in the tavern, and then left it after Seinrin. Mugek had to pay the owner again for the damage. He joked in front of the owner that it was time to get rid of the docks to break the habit of breaking furniture, and soon he himself left the institution. Mugek expected about such an outcome from their first meeting, but he will have to continue to bend his line and arrange such evenings for them. He must tear to the surface from the darkest depths of their hearts those emotions that they hid. Make them argue, blame each other. So far, a long, accurate resentment that corrodes them from the inside will not become a small trifle, from which they can easily get rid of. At night, Mugek could not sleep. He lay in bed, not opening his eyes, and then he suddenly felt someone else's energy outside his house. The guy went out into the courtyard and saw Seinrin there. But what did she do in his yard so late? She was impressed by the fact that she, without showing her presence, still attracted the attention of Mugek. The guy smiled and said that he was just sleeping very sensitively. She reminded the guy that once he told her that he was despising people who are trying to buy fidelity with beautiful phrases and unrealizable dreams. She also despised one type of people. Seinrin could not stand people who say beautiful words, but cannot confirm them with their skills. She came here to find out whether Mugek applies to this type of people. The sword of the northern heaven called him to the duel. As Mugek was expected, the woman stood her back to him, but Mugek did not see a single zone open to attack. Mugek suddenly told her that there is another type of people whom he does not like. She was interested to hear which one. The guy was annoyed by people who are strong, but at the same time do not look at others. He despised those who use their strength in order to manipulate people and their relationships for the benefit of themselves. I could not see how people suffer because of the limitations of the powers that be. The guy with his statements increasingly angry a woman. Dust and sand with a whirlwind spun around her, and the earth was loosened by her rampant power. She only once praised Mugek, but now his pride ascended above heaven. The woman turned to face him. The young man with a challenge asked Seinrin, what would she do if he would win a duel? But she was outraged by the impudence of the young man. Did he really believe that he could defeat her in battle? The guy confidently stated that he could, and the lady promised him in this case to reward everything that he would wish. Even if she orders her to die, she will agree. The woman was absolutely sure of her own victory. Mugek said that if she wins, he would receive the same in response. She had already announced her request in advance, to delete the young man from the life of the young man. The brunette could understand her self-confidence, because she is considered the second most powerful in the cult after the heavenly demon. Before starting the battle, he asked the mistress, is it not interesting to her what he will ask for victory? She said that she did not need it, and the young man promised that he would overcome her and still call her demand. His blade is a black demonic sword. He will be able to damage her sword. His threats did not affect the woman. She allowed Mugek to make 3 movements as a handicap, and then she will begin a real duel. Mugek gratefully accepted her generosity. It will not be easy, but Mugek will cope with her even without doing the God of the Wind. He can defeat her in only 3 movements. And he will do this with the help of the technique of equal heaven. The woman froze, holding her breath when Mugek made her first attack.